Morning, sir.
Sir, with your permission, let us start.
Yeah, you can start. You can start. No problem. You can start.
Good morning to all the allied dignitaries. Good morning to all the head of the institutions. Good morning to all my dear colleagues and faculties. Respected sir and madam, wish you a very, very happy morning and wish you all a happy, enriching session today. We from Seshadripuram Educational Trust, celebrating our 91 plus year of establishment, we along with SES and North Bangalore Science Forum, Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology, and Karnataka State Technology Academy at Seshadripuram First Grade College, hosting you for this 4 days FDP on implementation of NEP 2020. First day, we had listened to the mentor, Professor M.K. Sridhar sir of NEP. Next, we had listened to Leena Kulkarni madam. Then we had all our esteemed, respected dignitaries yesterday also. And today we are here with one of the most prolific speaker, Dr. Rajendra Joshi ji. So I deemed privilege to introduce Dr. Rajendra Kumar V. Joshi ji, who is a senior consultant, SES, and formerly Director Learning and Development at Marwari University, Rajkot. Dr. Rajendra Joshi holds MA in Philosophy from Bangalore University and doctoral degrees, Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT, Mumbai. As the head of Mission 10X Research Center, Wipro Technologies, he involved in designing and delivering training programs, and executing academic leadership program for the principals and faculty members of engineering colleges across the country. He also trained more than 2,000 engineering faculty and 250 engineering college leaders as part of Mission 10X. He served as Director of Indus Training and Research, Bengaluru, and Dean of Educational Studies at IACT. Dr. Joshi has wide experience in training and development and served as Director for Learning and Development at Marwar University, Rajkot, Gujarat. He worked closely with National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, both as peer team member and coordinator of the peer team to access and accredit colleges in the states of Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. He was awarded with prestigious Emerald and the AIMA Research Fund Award in 2008 for a research project titled Building Grassroots Leaderships in the Public Schooling System in Karnataka and Exploration. Presently, he is serving as advisor for many institutions for institutional development, quality management, and faculty development. Dr. Rajendra Joshi is senior consultant at SES, working on Mission NEP implementation. And today we are going to listen to him on higher education. So over to you, sir. We wholeheartedly welcome you on behalf of all Seshadripuram group of institutions, all sister institutions, and Seshadripuram First Grade College. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
I welcome our principal and all other head of the institutions for this program, sir. And I welcome all my dear colleagues and teachers and faculties for undergraduate and postgraduate to enrich and enlighten with your talks. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the nice words. And good morning to all the participants. Happy to be here. Today Today is a session on role of faculty and blended learning as a part of national education policy. When I talk about this, I'm a little hesitant because one, we are talking about faculty. Oh, but 1 minute. One minute. I'm trying to, I don't know why it is not. Just give me a minute.
No problem. No problem.
Hello. Yeah, I just give me a minute. I'll try and do it.
Sir will rejoin in 5 minutes because of the technical problem. He is not able to update his PPT. Sir.
Shantanu unmute ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
One second.
Is the screen visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Okay, great.
You have to go for the slideshow mode so that it will be full screen, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Wonderful, sir.
Yeah. Sorry for that small glitch. This is a session on role of faculty and blended learning in the context of national education policy. We are all, I define myself as a teacher. We are all in the business of teaching learning. We have been teaching for many years. That's why I was saying I'm a little hesitant when I talk about this, because all of us have our own opinions about what is my role, what should I do, what is expected of me. But what I am talking about is an expectation in the context of national education policy. In this session, we are not talking so much about the policy per se, but capture the spirit of policy and what does the policy expect out of us as faculty members. That's what we are looking at. Yeah. Let me begin by saying that, this is one of my favorite, is an American inventor called Buckminster Fuller, who is known for geodesic domes, the picture that you can see there. He says, he called himself, I am a trim tab, he says. Trim tab is that small little part which is at the bottom of a huge ship. When the ship has to turn, the trim tab turns. It's a very small thing, but till it turns, the massive ship cannot turn. The massive ship has to turn only on the basis of the trim tab. So we as teachers, we are like trim tabs. We don't think we are small. We are very critical. We may be individuals, we may be smaller group of people. There may be others more resourceful, more powerful in the system, but we are the trim tab. Without us, the system cannot function, cannot change the course that it has to. Especially in the context of national education policy, when we look at, I think each one of us has to believe and assume the role of a trim tab so that we become the harbingers of change, which is very, very important. If you look at the policy statement itself, policy recognizes very clearly that most important factor for success in higher education is the quality of the faculty. You will need infrastructure, you will need technology, you will need resources, but I am very convinced that the most critical factor is faculty. Yeah? Faculty perform, and when do faculty perform best? Faculty do well when they are highly motivated. And any human motivation comes from autonomy and freedom, which is why when we create opportunity for faculty to be autonomous in terms of what they teach, how they assess, that is when you get highly motivated faculty. And when you have highly motivated faculty is when a policy like the new national education policy can be implemented. And faculty should be empowered to decide how to do good curriculum, how to teach, how to assess, and how to do research. Research is a very important, research and innovation are a very important element in the national education policy. And all institutions, as per the policy, are expected to have a detailed, continuous professional development plan of their faculty. The plan should include the capacity building in both pedagogy, curriculum, and research. And institution policy also talks of mentorship program for the young faculty. And young faculty must be mentored by senior faculty or retired faculty whom you use as mentors. And this mentoring, capacity building, and giving autonomy and freedom to teachers in terms of curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and research is very critical, because this creates motivated faculty, and that results in effective implementation of the new policy. In that sense, the empowered faculty is at the crux of the policy. Of course, there are other important things which all of us know and all of us recognize. There need to be a good physical infrastructure, a working atmosphere, physical atmosphere for teachers, service conditions. Teaching load must be fair and average. Teacher-student ratio must be something which is meaningful and possible to be effective in their classes. All these put together is what policy believes is important as a role of faculty in implementing the policy. When you look at any educational practice, especially in higher education, there are 4 important elements. Let me put the other one, 5th one, which we'll come to it a little later. There are 3 things. One is curriculum, which is what is worth learning. We decide what is worth learning, and that is curriculum. And how do students learn and teach? That is pedagogy. How do we know whether students have learned? That is assessment. So there is curriculum, there is pedagogy, there is assessment. When this is aligned is when students learn. But with these 3 alone are not possible. We need to have an effective learning environment. And effective learning environment needs to be led by good leaders and management. So it is curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, a learning environment, and an effective leadership put together creates the element of an effective educational practice in higher education. So curriculum is about what is worth learning. That's we need to decide. How do students learn and teachers teach? That is part of pedagogy. How do we know whether students have learned? That is assessment. And when these 3 come together, when they get aligned, that is when we have effective student learning. And that needs to be nurtured by a learning environment, which we will see in a while what that means. And that needs to be led by visionary, effective leaders in the educational institutions. If you look at these processes that we have looked at, curriculum, assessment, teaching, learning, learning environment, which is student support, and leadership, which is institutional development is all about. If you look at that, and in today's context, as it exists today for large number of institutions, which are in the affiliated system, in the system that we have, curriculum is determined by the university. Faculty only transact the curriculum. They actually take it to the class, but what goes into curriculum is determined by the university. What is assessment, again, is determined by the university. Of course, faculty manage it, but assessment is finally decided by the university. Teaching learning is where university has very little role. It is largely driven by the faculty. We are the ones who go to class and actually transact. Student support, universities hardly come into play in this, and it is done by the faculty. Institutional development, which is how does this institution progress? What is the vision for this institution? What do you think the institution will grow up in next 15, 20 years? These issues are largely driven by leadership and management, and what is decided by them, faculty implement. Now, this is the situation that exists today, which is these are important elements, and university and managements have a large role, and it's the faculty which is at the operational end of this spectrum. This is how it exists today. The new education policy changes the whole thing. One of the biggest changes, it is structurally in terms of the way system is put now, will be end of affiliation system. in next 15 to 20 years, there will be no affiliated higher educational institution. They have to be degree awarding autonomous colleges or teaching intensive university or research intensive university, or if somebody is not in a position to become one of this, the only option the policy mentions is they will be constituent college of the university. So which means the affiliation system is coming to an end. That's what, of course, it will happen gradually. It's not going to happen overnight. It will take next 5-10 years, perhaps. The outer limit is 2035, as the policy envisages that the affiliation system will end. As a result of this, the entire process that we are seeing here, curriculum, assessment, teaching, learning, student support, institutional development, will undergo a sea change. There is an end of affiliation, as we mentioned, which means curriculum development shifts to higher education institution. In fact, if you notice the term itself, the term, college, deemed university, university, all these terms have been done away with the policy. There is one term, all of them will be referred by one term, which is higher educational institution. When the affiliation system ends, the curriculum development shifts from university to higher education institutions. Same thing happens with assessment and evaluation. It moves from university to institution. These two important aspects, which are now with the university, will shift to the colleges as we know now. This is a massive change, and this is what demands a huge change in the role of faculty under the new policy. Teaching learning, which we have been doing, which has been the mainstay of teachers at the institution, also assumes a new dimension, because the holistic and multidisciplinary education that we are talking of in the new policy assumes not just change in terms of disciplines. It is about the whole change in the way we are going to teach and learn. Therefore, pedagogy will undergo a massive change, which is what the change as a result of the policy, which means we need to move into more engaging, interactive, and dialogical pedagogies from what we are doing now. So end of affiliation will bring in three major changes: responsibility for curriculum, responsibility for assessment evaluation, and a changed paradigm of teaching and learning, which we have already been doing. Teaching learning is something that we are doing, but what we are going to do is we do it in a new way. Institutional development plan. This was done largely by the managements and leadership, and we were only, as faculty, we were complying. I think we need to go beyond compliance as the policy makes it, because institutional development plan, which is mandatory for all institutions in the policy, is driven by all the stakeholders. And faculty are one of the most important stakeholders of an institution. So faculty become part of planning, visualizing the future of the institution, and contributing their best to operationalize that future that they are part of visualizing. And another important aspect, which is important part of any learning process, is a learning environment and student support. And this assumes mentoring, which is also one of the roles which many of us have been doing. Teachers have been mentors. We know that that has been our role. But the policy now expands on this and makes mentoring a very important aspect of faculty. Therefore, the change as a result of the policy is our responsibility for curriculum development, assessment, new teaching methodologies, being part of institutional development plan, and grow into a very effective mentor. This is what the new policy expects us as faculty in higher education institutions. Let's look at one of the aspects, curriculum. Very popular impression is curriculum is syllabus. I think we need to move beyond that. Curriculum is not a document, nor a sequence of contents. It's a plan for facilitating learning. How do we facilitate? The focus is student learning. When I build a curriculum, focus is student learning. So it's a plan how I facilitate. I as a faculty facilitate student learning. Curriculum is a plan to facilitate the learning, which means the beginning, the starting point of curriculum is learner. It talks of all dimensions and aspects of learning, and it also defines itself why should this such a learning is necessary. Why are we teaching what we are teaching? Why are students learning what they are learning? And what do they learn first? What do they learn later? Stage specific objectives. Because we as content experts, we know a lot of content, but we need to organize it stage specific. What happens in level 1, level 2, level 3, at the undergraduate level, at the postgraduate level, or much earlier at the school level. It also recommends, since certain content in a certain way needs to be taught, it also recommends a certain principles of teaching. How do we evaluate? How do we prepare? What kind of a teaching learning material, whether it is a textbook or any other kind of learning material that we need to prepare, how do we prepare it? Though it looks a document, it is finally written down, so it's a document, but it is actually a plan. Curriculum is a plan. Curriculum is not just a list of contents or topic heads or certain chapters from the books, as sometimes it gets done. When you look at curriculum, there are three things. One is there are foundations, then there is a curriculum core, then there are details of the curriculum. Unless we are clear of the foundations, we cannot get into details. Unless we know what is the curriculum core, we cannot get into details. So our everyday syllabus flows from curriculum core, and the curriculum core flows from the foundations of curriculum. What is the foundation of curriculum? We have a certain view of human being and society, the kind of society we live in, and as a state, as a society, we have our own vision of what this society should be. For example, Constitution describes an India of a certain kind. Therefore, that is the basic assumption when I design a curriculum, that there is a certain picture of society and human beings that we in this country, in this society, we have. For example, if we were in another kind of a political system, we were part of a very dictatorial system, our assumptions of human being and society would be different. Therefore, our curriculum core would be different. Therefore, what we teach would be different. How we teach would be different. Yeah. Secondly, there are epistemological assumptions, meaning assumptions. Epistemology means knowledge, about knowledge, thinking about knowledge. What do we consider as knowledge? How do we think we acquire knowledge? How do we validate a knowledge? How do we know some knowledge is true, some knowledge is not true, something is valid, something is not valid? This is knowledge, this is epistemology. We have a certain concern about knowledge, defining knowledge. We know how we acquire knowledge. Yeah, we know how we validate this knowledge. Once we have this, that decides on our curriculum core. Then we decide how we learn. How do we learn? For example, there could be two diametrically opposite ways of learning. Somebody may believe learning is imitation and brainwashing. That's all learning is. You just have to imitate what I am saying. That is learning. This is one view of learning. The other view of learning is we interact. In the interaction, I acquire something, but I also have an innate ability. So I construct using my own thinking what you give me and construct the knowledge. This is another way of learning. So there are different views of learning. So what is our assumption of learning? That also decides our curriculum. Then our assumption about child and child's context. Where does the child come from? For example, if we believe children are nothing but blank slate, as it was believed by some philosophers, then we have a different way of looking at curriculum and learning. But if we believe each child has a certain ability, it may not know the knowledge, but it has a certain ability. Once we have that, then our idea of learning is different. Therefore, the first comes the foundations of curriculum. We need to have some idea of this. So many times, even when people devise syllabus, they are not conscious of this. Even when I'm not conscious of this, this is what is operating. When I define a syllabus, I have a certain assumption about society, human beings, knowledge, learning, and my students. The point is, we need to be conscious of it, because then it becomes easy for us to devise an effective curriculum. Once the foundations are clear, then we get into the core. The core is, what is the aim of education? What is the aim of each stage? School education, undergraduate education, postgraduate education, and research. Therefore, on what basis do I select the content? Because there is enough content. And we live in a world of, we live in a knowledge society. A huge amount of knowledge has been created by human civilization. So what do I select, and how do I organize? What do I teach first? What do I teach later? So there is a certain principle of organization. Once I organize, how do I teach this? How do I teach this? And how do I devise a material to teach that? Once I do this, then I also decide how I'm going to evaluate the students, how I'm going to assess their learning. Only when these two are done, our other details come, like syllabus, textbook, actual examination or evaluation process, they come later. So our everyday details come from a curriculum core, which comes from foundations of curriculum. So when we say curriculum is going to shift, we need to be very clear. The process is very, very important. It involves all this. It is not that we are going to be, we are experts in human beings, we are experts in society, we are experts in learning, but we need to be aware that these things are involved. Otherwise, we will end up devising syllabus as a series of contents, which just gets automatically transmitted to them, and they learn by rote. And that is what is the challenge of Indian higher education. We say we have people with degrees, but where is the learning? And industry and society is complaining that graduates are not effective. And this is what is happening in the process behind that. We need to be aware why we are teaching, what we are teaching, how we are going to teach, then the curriculum is very effective. You can look at curriculum from two perspectives: teacher-centered and student-centered. When it becomes teacher-centered, which unfortunately many times today it becomes like this, and that is what the new policy is envisaging to change. Where when I decide from my context as a teacher, I know a lot of content. I have a content. What do I know that is important in this field? I know a few things, and something is very important. I think that is the content. And how do I organize this content is the next question I decide. Then I say, how can I test what I teach? From there, then I decide, what did I teach here? Therefore, what is it that they have learned? I have taught a content, I have assessed. After assessing, I will know what they have learned. Therefore, I can say, what is it that has been the goal of this education? What is the end result of this education? As they say, I think Stephen Covey made this term very, very important. Begin with the end in mind. we should always begin with the end in mind. End is learning goal. Therefore, I need to start. That becomes the first point now. What is the learning goal? Once I have learning goal, then I look at objectives. What will students be able to do at the end of my class, at the end of my unit, at the end of my course? Yeah, that becomes my objective. Once I have the objective in mind, then I need to be clear, how will I know that students are learning or progressing? So assessment has to be clear. Once the assessment is clear, now I will know how can I, what is it that students have to do in terms of class, in terms of learning, or what happens in my class? Because I want students to be progressing in a certain way, which I will test in a certain way. If I have to test in a certain way, how should I teach them? That becomes the learning activity. Now comes, therefore, what can I teach them? So it is actually what they call as backward design. We begin with an end in mind and come back to what we want to do in everyday class. So curriculum design, when it is going to shift, what the policy assumes is not just that the job that university was doing simply comes to colleges. That's not what the policy is saying. Policy is saying curriculum needs to be student-centered. When we are saying student-centered, we are coming here. This is the process that we need to follow. We will not move from content to teaching learning activity to assessment to objective to learning goal. We actually start, when I start thinking of curriculum, I start with learning goal. Then come to learning objective, then assessment, then teaching learning activity, and then content. So this is how a big change in curriculum is going to take place or expected to take place. And we are the ones who have to play an important role in this. Then comes assessment. We teach, we have a curriculum, then we have an assessment. Assessment has essentially three functions. One is accountable, where it decides whether the process that is going on is effective, fair, quality one or not. And it supports learning. Assessment should and will help students to learn. It's not just testing. It's also helping them to learn. And third important thing, obviously, is certification, progress, and transfer. At the end of assessment, we certify the students. We certify that they have progressed up to a point, or they have gone from one stage to another stage. They are fit to move to the next stage, or they are now fit enough to take what they have learned and use it in their life, which is what is transfer. Transfer is an important element of learning. Unless, in fact, if you have to define learning, the best way of defining learning would be if I am able to use what I have learned in a context other than the one in which I have learned, only then I can say I have learned something. I have learned something in context X. But if I cannot take that and use it in another context, Y, Z, or what, X1 or whatever, I cannot claim to have learned. This is what is called transfer of learning from a learning situation to a life situation. Maybe career, maybe everyday life. Unless this happens, we have not learned. We have claims to learning, but we have not learned. So this is what is called transfer. One of the main functions of assessment is help students to transfer. If he has completed BA or BE or MBBS, that means what he has learned, he is able to use in the context. Now, this has been one of the challenges of Indian higher education. Our competence of large number of graduates in transfer has been very poor. But this is one of the functions of assessment. When we look at assessment, we look at two things, and I have brought everyday analogy there. If you are cooking something, a soup or a sambar, And if I'm cooking something, I taste while cooking. And I say, salt is more, salt is less, or it requires water, it requires more, it requires to be pungent, it requires chili. I add it. This is what happens when I'm cooking. A chef does it. Anybody who cooks does it. Now, which means the soup or the sambar is actually getting formed. Now, when I do this in the learning process, when I test students in the process of learning, that is what is called formative assessment. Whereas when I prepare my dish, soup, sambar, whatever it is, when I prepare it and when I give it to my guests, and when they taste it and they say, very good, they certify me as a good cook, that is summative. Or they may not be happy and they may not say anything. They may just keep quiet out of courtesy for somebody who has cooked, that we know that something that I have cooked has not gone well. This assessment done by the consumer, the one who eats, a guest for whom we have cooked, is a summative assessment. If we bring that into our college context or higher education context, what we do, an assessment that is done through the learning process. As the learning is going on continuously at every stage, when the assessment takes place, that is called formative assessment. Because this is helping the students to improve his or her learning. This is very important because this helps the learning process. Of course, the other one is also important because we need to certify, we need to label, we need to brand, because they have to carry this learning and the world has to believe that they have this learning, they have this capacity, and students should be able to actually transfer that learning to the required life situation or a professional situation. That is what is called summative assessment. So in assessment, we have two assessment processes, formative and summative. Both are important. The policy very clearly recommends that we need to move towards balance between formative and summative, because today we are largely summative assessment driven system. In fact, we are largely examination driven system, and even within examination, we are largely summative assessment driven system, which has a function, but without the formative assessment, it does not really deliver things. Which is why people say that we have graduates, but we don't have them who can deliver things. There is a lot of unhappiness in the industry about what students learn, because the formative is neglected or has given minimal importance. So what we need to do, we need to balance. In fact, if you look at it, the formative is the larger part of the slide, and it is also called assessment for learning, whereas summative is normally called assessment of learning. Both are important. Assessment for learning, assessment of learning. Assessment for learning is formative. It is what happens every day, both formal and informal. Many times it's informal, but there are also formal weekly or fortnightly quiz or assignment or a case study that you do in a class. All this is a part of formative assessment. Or when I assess an assignment, instead of only giving marks or grade, I also give a feedback. What is done well in that assignment and what needs to improve. Then I am giving a formative assessment. Because as a learner, I get a feedback about improving my learning. Otherwise, when I simply get a marks, and as yesterday's resource person from Manipal was saying, and traditionally we also put it in red color. So when I get those red figures, I don't know what it means. I've been told I am bad, but I don't know where I am bad, what I am bad. And when I get good grades, I don't know what I am good about. Yeah. So therefore, a bit of a feedback about what they are good at or what they need to improve, along with grades and marks, is what forms a formative assessment. Because formative assessment must help me, the learner, to understand where I stand and where I need to go and what I need to do. This is what the assessment for learning does. And at the end of a semester or a year or a program, whatever the case may be, we do summative assessment, which is assessment of learning. Now here we are providing evidence, we are certifying the students, saying that these are of this kind. Okay? Even now when we say, that university is better, that IIT is better than this engineering college, is essentially we are saying that summative assessment is more effective because that is the brand value. And that comes from their formative assessment. Okay? So what the change that is going to happen as per the new policy is not simply shifting examination from university to the college, but we need to view the assessment totally differently. We need to bring the 360-degree assessment as the policy mentions, where we balance between formative and summative assessment. This is very, very important. Then there is also a learning environment. Students learn in a certain environment, which is physical, psychological, social. Yeah? One of the most important thing for a student, we all know as teachers, there is nothing like a motivated learner. If learner is motivated, half the job is done. So one of the important things that need to change when policy says provide an optimal learning environment, which means we as faculty need to be concerned about understanding student motivation. Why is it that students are not motivated, or what makes them motivated? Let me take a simple example. We teach so many things, but do we, most of the times we don't, some happy occasions, some people definitely must be doing this. Do we say why a student need to learn this? This, I'm sure student has this at the back of the mind. Thankfully, they're not asking. But there is this question, underlying important question, foundational question. You are teaching me something and you expect me to learn. Why should I learn this? If my answer is it is in the syllabus, that is absolutely not a fair answer. Because next question it would be, why is it there in the curriculum or syllabus firstly? So why we learn what we learn actually gives a great motivation to students. So, and there are many factors. So we need to understand what motivates students, yeah, and how to motivate them. So taking another example, in most of our system, normally we believe that we should teach the abstract or the theory or the principle first, then we will come to application. Perhaps this is what is called the deductive way. Perhaps what is important is inductive way of teaching, which means start with application. This is what is happening. If this is how things have to work, then, and this is the principle behind it. These are few things which can motivate the students. So student motivation is very important. Then students come to us normally in the age group of 17 to 23, that is the college going age. If you ask any psychologist, adolescence is the most, what can I say, very, very, very delicate phase of life. Yeah. It is actually one of the miracles that we survive this and grow into fairly healthy adults. Because they are not yet given up, their childhood is not over and they are just becoming adults. So, but they have an assumption that they have become adults. When you try telling an adolescent, he says, I know, I'm not a child anymore. Yeah. But this is that strange transitional phase. As one of my clinical psychologist friend normally says, adolescents are like landmines, which enemy territory puts it when you attack that territory. The moment you step on it, it explodes. You know, they are in a very tumultuous kind of a situation. Therefore, we need to provide an emotional support. They are still trying to find out what they are going to do with their life, their career, what do they want to study. They normally get driven by what is socially available, what people are talking. You know, if you have scored, as yesterday's session was being told, if marks are good, then you have to take science. And if you do well, you have to become engineer or a doctor. I mean, this is not something that is thought out. This is not something done out of their own understanding of themselves and a career. It is just pushed. So there is a need for a career guidance. And then we need to provide a classroom climate, because they come from safe environments of home. Perhaps they come from different environments. My class is a class who come from a variety of backgrounds, that diversity. And therefore, many of them remain shy, don't participate, therefore they don't learn. It is diverse in terms of gender, their educational background, their economic status. Therefore, what helps everybody to learn well is the kind of climate I create in the class. And of course, I also need to tell them how to study. I mean, those of us who have taught for many years know that many of them suddenly dip from their school performance to college performance. The reasons are many of this. Their classroom climate, their emotional disturbances. The way to study has changed between school and college. And definitely it will change in the new system. So therefore, how do they study? Now, this is what constitutes a learning environment. And what we need to do as a faculty, our role in the new dispensation or in the new system is create this learning environment. The other part, we talked of teaching curriculum, teaching, learning, and assessment. Now, the other important part of the education process is we all work in an institution. The teaching learning happens in an institutional context. So institution plans for its future. It has a certain vision, it has a certain mission, then it has a certain way it will do, core values. It has a certain core values. This is how we operate. This is our goal. The vision and mission is what we want to do. Value is the way we do it. While doing this, therefore, we need to understand who we are, what is our strength, what is our weakness, what are the possible opportunities when we have a mission like this, what are the possible threats when we are pursuing a mission like this. So we need to do an analysis which is called SWOT analysis. Yeah. Once we do this, then we actually say, this is what we will do in this year or this semester. We will do this in next year. By this way, Seshadripuram, for example, will grow to a degree awarding autonomous college, maybe 5 years time, 10 years time. That is your long-term goal. A planning requires all this process. Now, this planning has been so far largely done by the leadership and management. And many times, this is also given by the regulatory system, like the governments, UGC, state governments. They provide this. Now, this system, this will change with the end of affiliation. Each institution has to prepare its own institutional development plan. Nobody is going to give the plan. However, the plan is mandated. Nor do you have to submit this plan to anybody. This is for your own growth as an institution. And this plan needs to be done by all the stakeholders. Because it's no more a compliance tool, it is what we decide we want to be. And this is the plan, how we want to become what we want to become. And therefore, all the faculty, all the stakeholders, I just don't mean faculty, management, leadership, faculty, non-teaching staff, perhaps the support staff, very important. Because unless that is the kind of vision that is internalized by every member of the institution, we cannot pursue the vision we have. Therefore, faculty need to have a vision beyond classroom transaction to chart the course of learners and also contribute in charting the course of the institution. This is very, very important. So the change that is going to happen is not merely shifting X, Y, Z functions from an agency X to the college, but it is change in the way it is done. Because if it is merely going to change the place, that is no change, that is no transformational change. Policy is looking at a paradigm shift, a transformational change. That will happen only when these things are done differently by the institutions who will now own up these things. Yeah, this is the big change in the faculty. This demands that we play a variety of roles. We wear many hats. We are teachers, all right, that has been our function. We are researchers because the policy also says research and innovation are very, very important. We need to coordinate various activities. We need to design the way we teach because there is a change in pedagogy. And technology is also coming and disrupting pedagogies in a big way. We'll see that in a minute. Therefore, instructional design becomes important, which means we need to be experimenters. We cannot just be happy with what we have been doing. We need to be experimenters. We need to be lifelong learners because we need students to be lifelong learners. Therefore, we need to be lifelong learners and we need to be leaders. We are part of the institutional development process. Therefore, we are learners. And since we take care of our students, we are also guides and mentors. So our role is much larger today in the new policy, which means we need different kinds of competencies, which is where professional development of the faculty is important. And this is where perhaps institution managements and leadership have to focus on giving these competencies to teachers. One is domain expertise, pedagogy, understanding the learner, therefore profile, counseling skills, contribution to research, which means continuous learning and how this continuous learning and research is useful to the community, and understanding the larger world of work. It is undergoing a massive change. Therefore, certain management and leadership skills, these are also important. I just want you to spend a minute on this cartoon. Many of our children are, if not asking, it's going through because they say everything is available. What are you doing to me? Yeah. This is not factual, but this is an exaggeration of a system, which means technology is coming in a very, very big way. It's coming in everyday life. Look at the kind of net users we have. We are still a country with a digital divide. Many don't have. We realized it during the pandemic when we suddenly shifted to online learning. But still, it is increasing. More and more people have access to these devices. And therefore, keeping this, and learner is changing. Learner is used to this. Yeah. For example, many of us have looked at mobile phone in our 30s, 40s, and 50s. But the student who is going to come now has already seen it at the age of 8, 10, 6, 3. Yeah. In fact, the joke is when you want to understand a new phone very well, the best person to teach, that's what I believe, is to go to the youngest member in your house, the child in your house. In half an hour, he will crack how to use the phone and give you and tell you how to use the phone. Which means that's the kind of learner I'm getting into my class. Technology is coming in a big way. And pandemic has changed the situation like nobody had ever assumed or predicted. As a result of this, we need to move to what is called the blended learning, which the UGC has already issued a circular. There is already a decision taken by UGC that from now on, colleges, institutions can have 40% of their courses in in the mode of, in the online mode, either MOOC or use one of the platforms that is available, and 60% will only be, on site or through classroom. So this is what we call as a blended learn, where you mix both classroom interaction as well as use the, internet and the computer mediated technologies. So you mix face-to-face as well as online, and which is what is blended learning. It is not yet there, but we were willy-nilly, when we were not prepared, we were pushed into online learning, unfortunately, because of pandemic. But we also, which means technology can come in as a result of many disruptions. Industry, for example, is already saying that continuously people going to office is already over. There will be a hybrid working, which means from house as well as going to office. So blended learning is also going to be our reality, which is what UGC is already, preparing us for, and therefore we need to be prepared about it. Because there are advantages in classroom, there are advantages in online. If we mix both, learner will be highly benefited. There is a personal one-to-one connect in the classroom, whereas in online, people can learn at the pace at which they learn. Therefore, higher, you have access to larger material. It's not just what I can talk in a class. There is a huge amount of material available, different kinds of material available. In different media it is available. It can be a video, it can be a chart, it can be an image. So all that is possible to be combined in a blended learning. The one famous, there are many ways of doing blended learning. One very popular way of doing is what is called flipped learning. In a traditional learning, I give lecture where I transmit a content, and then in order to help student to process what I have given the content and also learn to apply, I give him or her an assignment or a problem or an issue to be tackled, which the student takes it home and does it. Now, look at what is involved in this. In lecture, it is a simple knowledge transfer. So cognitively, it is less demanding. When I process this at home, when I solve a problem, cognitively, it is more demanding. Now look at where it is happening. Classroom is a very dedicated learning environment. There is an expert mentor teacher in front of me to help me. There are other colleagues. There is a supportive social environment. This is very rich environment. At home, my home may or may not be a conducive home. My parents may or may not be helpful in my learning. I am alone. There are many distractions, which means highly helpful learning environment is put where cognitively less demanding task is given. Whereas not such a helpful environment is given where cognitively it is very demanding. This is what happens lecture versus assignment, lecture versus self-study. Flipped class is flipping it, just reversing it, which means I give lecture, maybe I record a lecture, share a written material, share a video, which the student learns, and what I do in the class is processing it. And if you look at what happens, if you look at, I suppose many of you are aware of Bloom's taxonomy. The remembering, understanding, applying are considered lower order thinking skills. Analyzing, evaluating, creating are considered to be higher order thinking skills. When I teach in a class, I am essentially handling only the lower order teaching skills, whereas when a student processes it, he is doing the higher order. But the problem is, class is a very rich environment. If we could use that to higher order and shift the lower order thinking skills to home, which is what flipped learning is. This is one example of blended learning. There are many other ways. So blended learning, we need to get prepared for, which means we need certain requirements. One is a mindset. I think everything begins with a mindset. If we accept these are required for our children's future, then and we understand the new vision of education, so we orient towards that, then we are more open, then we can have the qualities of collaboration, grit and collaboration. Grit, psychologists today say what differentiates between successful and unsuccessful people is not so much the talent, it contributes very little. It is the grit, their ability to persevere, their tenacity to hold on and be focused, which is what most people become successful for. Therefore, important quality that we need to develop is grit, and we need to collaborate as colleagues, as institution, as groups, and then acquire skills, both technical as well as skills of adapting. We need to adapt to this new environment, and of course, we need to pick up certain new skills, which I think we all picked up on the run, so to say, when we shifted to online learning last year. And if it all looks very daunting, very big, I would like you to remind of the famous quote by Henry Ford, the man who revolutionized automobile in the world. He says, whether you think you can or whether you think you cannot, in both cases you are right. Because that's what makes it possible. If you think it's possible, it's possible. If you think it's not possible, well, it's not possible. Thank you very much. Now I am open. Thanks for your patient hearing. If there is any clarification, questions, the session is open now.
So I request all the teachers, respected teachers and head of the institutions, if you have any queries or something like that, you can please, we have enabled on the chat box. So you can put your questions in the chat box. The reason is because we have around 250 participants. So if we allow for speaking, it will be kind of disturbances because we will not be speaking first and all. So request everyone, honestly, please put your questions in the chat box. And I request Joshi sir, kindly if you can stop the screen share so that sir, if you can stop the screen sharing so that fine, yeah, absolutely fine. Request, please don't put your name and designation. When you take it later, request everyone to kindly ask questions in the open chat box for everyone, so that I can read it for sir and I can post the question to sir.
It's a bit reminding like our classrooms.
Yes.
And we say questions and then suddenly classroom becomes very quiet.
Okay, the first question came from Mukunda. Will the PhD be mandatory for faculties if the institution opts for teaching institution under NEP instead of being a research-oriented institution?
I think there is already a new circular on PhD, but I think, but let me also take the question in its larger spirit. When we distinguish institutions as teaching intensive and research intensive, it is not that research will not happen in a teaching intensive university. The focus of research will be more in a research intensive university. Research is expected by everybody, teaching, research, and degree awarding institutions. This will be important. Therefore, let's not assume that teaching institutions will have no research. This is definitely not the case. So, and PhD is a mark of your scholarship. So, as a colleague, I would say that PhD is important for a faculty because this is also an evidence, a mark of pursuing your lifelong learning. And it is just that it shows that you have done a deeper work in a certain area. So it would be required. Going forward, I think it would be required. That there would be, though the rules might change over a period of time, new rules will come, but I don't think PhD is an avoidable thing.
Yes, sir. The next question comes from Pramod AV. Sir, do you think syllabus will completely concentrate on employability and ignore self-employment? Even agriculture-related courses will not be framed.
Can he? If I understand the question.
That's what I was wondering, because agriculture is must taken care, no, except for law and medical, everything has been taken care in under NEP.
Apart from that, if the let's take the question in a larger context. If the question is, are we going to completely focus on employability? If that is of curriculum designing is the question or is the concern, then I think one should look at the policy closely. Policy very clearly says education has many aims, which is why it uses the word holistic. If we treat people only, if we train people only for a job, for a specific vocation, then it is not holistic. Number one. And we all have life beyond our profession. So education has to prepare not only for living, but also for life. Therefore, that is not going to be the only one. However, employability is going to be an important driver of curriculum design. And let's also bring the other aspect. We cannot train students anymore for a specific profession because world of work is undergoing a huge change. Jobs are changing. What is available skill today? I mean, if people, for example, as a student who was doing SSC, I was told to learn typewriting by my parents because that will be at least one of the jobs you will get if you don't get anything else. And I became a certified typist. But by the time I finished my post-graduation, typewriters had disappeared, typists have disappeared. As a breed, they have become obsolete. Of course, typing is useful for me, but that's a different personal thing. So what I am saying is, we need to be prepared for the fact that skills required are changing, which is why we are looking at multidisciplinary education. That is why we are looking at 21st century skills. Hence, to answer the question squarely, employability is an important driver of curriculum design, but not the only one.
Yes, sir. The next question from Prasad ML. Exchange programs with other universities are useful, and its usefulness, or how much emphasis it will be given. Exchange programs.
Since now there is a flexible program where you can acquire credits from not necessarily from one institution. Therefore, it is possible that I can go elsewhere and acquire certain credits from another institution which has something special to offer or something that I like, which is uniquely there. Therefore, collaboration between institutions is much more formalized today in the new system than earlier. So any collaboration, any exchange can even be formalized. It's always useful. Even earlier it was useful. Now we can make it much more formal. You can even give credit to it and become very effective.
Sir, from Shivkumar SL, how about institutional assessment framework after NEP implementation?
Yeah, I think you will get some idea in the next session perhaps, but let me answer it pointedly. the assessment accreditation framework that exists now will change. And there is a new National Accreditation Council, a meta-accrediting body will come, which will decide how institutions are going to be accredited. And that is the format that we will have to use to get ourselves assessed and accredited. So there will be a new system which is yet to come. Yeah, in next few months, I believe assessment accreditation framework should be available in next 6 months' time is my guess, because different committees are working on it. So it will come. It is not there today, but what is there today will obviously not be what will be there because the system is changing.
Yes, sir. The next question from Manju Kumara, DE. What is the proposal for multidisciplinary education and research universities?
I didn't. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. What is the proposal for multidisciplinary education and research universities?
You can understand this in two contexts. One, government itself, state itself is going to establish what is called multidisciplinary holistic education universities called MERU in perhaps in district headquarters, who will act as a model for others to emulate. This is one level. Secondly, every higher education institution will become multidisciplinary institution. But it will not happen overnight, number one. It will happen in a graded manner over a period of time. And to become that, you will need autonomy, which will be a graded autonomy in the new system of assessment and accreditation. For example, let's say we are an affiliating college. The first stage will be to become an autonomous college in the sense in which it exists today, which means still connected to a parent university, but with a limited autonomy. Once that is done and we are assessed at that stage, we will be given the next grade of completely autonomous institution, which can also award a degree. Perhaps after that, if I want to become a university, then again, after my assessment and accreditation, I can aspire and plan and submit myself to be recognized as a university. So it will be a graded process through a graded process of assessment and accreditation. Sorry, I think I can't. I think you're muted, sir. Professor Shantanu.
Yes, sir. Sir, Meera Madam from Principal Seshadripuram main campus, how institutions should get ready for implementation of NEP right now? So what are the preliminary preparations are required? So before our speaker could start, I would like to request that already we are in process of discussion with SES that they will be hand-holding us, each institution, to take care of how to go ahead about the preparations and infrastructural development and whatever the requirement. So, and our principal sir, Dr. S. N. Venkatesh knows very well. So in maybe a couple of weeks, we'll get back to this answer. And over to you, sir. You can put that.
Yeah. In fact, I will also not immediately answer. I'll postpone it to the next session, because next session my colleague Dr. Gaurish is clearly talking about what are the next stages that we propose an institution should do for implementing. So I just hold on for maybe 15-20 minutes. You will get to know. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Next question, Rajesha SB, sir. What about the plights of rural students in blended mode of teaching, as they are lacking behind in proper infrastructure?
True, we are a digitally divided society, and it is going to be a challenge. But let's not. But things are changing, and this is also going to happen over a period of time. This is not going to happen overnight. But yes, I agree with you that there is a problem. We have a large number of students who have no access digitally. Therefore, they will be under a disadvantage in a blended learning. But things are changing. And the system also will generate resources for them to have a digital access. Maybe there could be community internet centers perhaps to going forward, which was proposed in one of the schemes earlier at every village level. So there is a challenge, but I think there are two ways of looking at the challenge. One is, therefore, we will not pursue anything that involves technology. Let's get around this, and let's see how we can get around this. Yeah. So therefore, because it is inevitable, it is coming. As teachers, many of us thought that this online will not happen for next 10 years, perhaps. But for unfortunate other reasons, it just came, and we had to buck up and do it. Of course, we had challenges, and we have. My own understanding is teachers have done a fairly good job in an unfamiliar, highly unexpected situation with hardly any training, to do this. But I think we will have to get prepared for this.
Yes. So as you correctly told, last year, maybe after the lockdown, post-lockdown, immediately teachers who had never been online, suddenly they were being put into from blackboard, chalk and duster to immediately to computer and mobiles. And now I think a little bit, at least 40-50% everyone is now accustomed to it. Now this year we could see online classes are running very smoothly.
Yeah, this is a disruptive innovation. Some innovations happen through disruption.
New normal it is now. So the next question from Jayashree Vadiya madam, does blended learning help both slow and quick learning in both teachers and students?
Definitely, because there is a flexible element to it. For example, take flipped class as a model, one of the aspects of blended learning. I, as a teacher, I am talking it's one-to-many situation. My learners are many, they are at different levels, their understandings are different, their pace is different, but my pace is one for all of them. I cannot possibly, tweak it to cater to variety of speed pace that exists in the class. But when I have a recorded class, for example, or a material that needs to be seen or read, it is possible for a learner to spend more time, and somebody need not spend long time. So it does actually cater to them. And so is with the teacher. There is much more flexibility built in. Hence, it does help different kinds of learners. In fact, different media also. Largely in a class, it's my speaking, which is the dominant part of my teaching. Now it is possible to combine picture, video, music, my voice, what I do on the board also. All this can be brought in the blended learning. Hence, in terms of media also, it is rich. Therefore, different kinds of learners feel comfortable with what they are learning.
So the next question from Professor Jairam sir, Principal of King Eddy College. What are the immediate changes we need to adopt in UG level in the year of implementation?
I keep telling this, though it sounds a bit rude on my part to say to an enlightened group like this. But the first thing is, please read the policy. My own interaction with people and it's only 66 pages. The policy document is 66 pages. Out of that, if you give up even school education, if you are not from the school, it's only a half, about 30-35 pages. Please read the policy document thoroughly, because a lot of doubts, a lot of our anxieties will get answered by larger understanding of the policy. So one of the first things I would request every stakeholder to do is to read the policy thoroughly. Since that is what is going to decide how we are going to work for next 20 years, I think it is worth spending 2 hours in understanding the policy. This is number one. Number two, with the help of colleagues or with help of some mentor, please understand the spirit of the policy. And then comes, what do we do at our institutional level? Where do we stand and what do we need to do? That will be third stage. But I think the first two are very, very important. I would urge each one of you to do this.
Yes, sir. With your concern, and even Professor N.K. Sridhar sir told, he is going to share us the summary of the NEP implementation, so which will be shared with all our faculties from Monday or tomorrow, so that after a week we can think of the future process.
Let me go one step ahead than what Professor Sridhar has suggested. Don't go by summary. Please read the entire document. It's only 35 pages. I think reading is something that comes naturally to a teacher, right? So I think it will take not more than 2 hours on a weekend.
Sure. Yeah. Definitely we'll take it forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Then, sir, from Mahalakshmi Madam, good morning, sir. From the point of view of blended learning, should the present curriculum provided by universities undergo changes in terms of hours allotted to each unit of the subject?
Obviously, once you get into blended learning mode, many things would change. One would be what I teach, because every content may not suit a blended model. So there will be some which will have to be done in the class and some can be left for an online learning. So it will change. The curriculum has to change. It will change. That's for sure. Not only because of blended learning, it's also because our focus is going to be multidisciplinary and holistic. And we need to be more scientific about designing our curriculum. Hence, the curriculum in any case will change. And blended learning is only an added element to it. And please let us get away from the very popular notion that curriculum means a certain content. Curriculum is what will the student learn as a result of teaching that content. Therefore, when I look at it like this to the content, my content will obviously change. The way I organize my content will change. The way I need to teach my content will also undergo change. Thank you.
Yes, there is a question from Dr. Bhagya K.N. Madden. What is the scope of integrated BA and BSc courses? Yesterday it was discussed. There will be 4-year integrated courses, maybe by a couple of years' time. All will be integrated in the lines of like how National Institute of Education all over India 5 they are running integrated courses, BA, B.Ed, BSc, B.Ed, and so forth. So it will go on. So next question. In Western countries, teaching faculties are offered externship by corporates, so that they understand industry requirements and implement industry-oriented syllabus. Is there any such provision under NEP for teaching faculties?
See, NEP definitely, the spirit of NEP allows it very clearly. Firstly, let's recognize the present situation. To some extent, it happens in engineering institution, but in all other institutions, there is very little interaction between us as educational institution, which prepares the graduates, and the industry and the world of work, which consumes these graduates. There is very little connect between us. And perhaps it is also part of the large system that we have, a university having 300 colleges to affiliate and design things for everybody. Now, since that is changing, you will have your own academic council, you will have your own board of studies. Therefore, it is highly advisable to have members of the world of work, either industry, trade, in your vicinity or where your students normally have been recruited in the past, to have those members on the academic council and the board of studies, so that there is firstly a connection, a bridge is built between education and industry. This is the first requirement, which is not happening about 90% of the institutions, because it's only happening with some engineering institutions. Beyond that, nobody. Therefore, that's the first thing to happen. Once that happens, then both need to understand each other. We have a certain knowledge in the academia. We need to understand how our knowledge can be useful to the problems that industry has. And we need to understand from industry what is it that they expect from the graduate to do when he goes when that graduate goes to work in their factory or in their firm or in their organization. Therefore, we can change the focus in our curriculum, and once they understand what we have, then it's possible. In the West, it happens because there is a closer interaction between industry and education, which we have not built a system for that here. Now that there is autonomy at every institutional level, institution can take initiative to build that bridge, and therefore you can be used as industry as in the externship program, as you call it, and you can also help students to locate there as interns, and industry experience will help us to redesign the curriculum.
Sir, next question from Professor Jayeshi Madam. Sir, do you have student exchange programs between two different universities or two different countries? Will it be?
I mean, it is allowed, it is available, and the structure is today much more flexible to use that. But it is finally all such linkages happen between people working in two institutions. Nobody can mandate from the top saying that you associate with another college or university. People working in colleges need to collaborate, or they know each other, or they share a similar research interest, they share a similar program, and therefore they collaborate, and then exchange program starts.
Next question, sir. From Rupashri Madam. Sir, do you think languages being sidelined in the NEP will help students, as they will not get a real view of the society without literature? I don't understand language.
No, if you have been following the local newspapers, that is one of the current controversies. There is a fear among, at least from the literati in Kannada, that now in an undergraduate program, people study, I think in a 3-year program, 4 semesters of another second language. It could be Kannada, it could be something else. And that is somehow believed that it is going to be reduced to 1 year. In the proposed scheme is the fear. But I think yesterday, Minister for Higher Education has made it clear that it will not. In fact, the spirit of multidisciplinarity very clearly believes that people should be exposed to more languages. So therefore, I mean, if you have to go by the statement made by the government. They say it is not going to happen. Let's wait for it. I mean, it should not happen, and hopefully it will not happen.
Then from Veena TN Madam, is blended learning is more easier compared to modular learning. Does it mean traditional face-to-face learning is deficient?
I mean, that's why I said there is something good in both. Can we give best of both worlds to our learners? Is the idea behind blended learning. Face-to-face is not it. In fact, I personally am convinced, come whatever technology may come, the personal teacher-student interaction element will not go, will simply not go. But if we believe that my job is to transmit information, my job is to transmit knowledge, I think that function is already dying, and it will be dead soon. Because information is available. So our function will be redefined, but our interactive part of our job will simply not go. Therefore, blended learning, even when it comes, it will retain. In fact, the nature of interaction will be much richer than what we are doing today. Today, we are simply there talking a certain content for 50 or 1 hour, 50 minutes or an hour. In fact, what we do in that 50 minutes will change. It will be richer. I think we will also enjoy, and students will benefit more.
Next question from Soumya Madam. What is the impact of NEP on traditional knowledge systems?
That's why I would say, please read the policy. The very first page, which has a vision of the policy, is very clearly says we are designing an India-centric education system. We have been carried on with a lot of, modifications and alterations in a system that was a result of a colonial rule. This is an attempt to have our own system. So policy at different levels, if you read the policy, it becomes very clear that we need to focus on traditional knowledge systems. They need to be brought into mainstream of education. There is a talk of centralizing even importance of Sanskrit, importance of other traditional forms of knowledge. So there is actually first time there is a focused, clear statement of encouraging traditional knowledge systems. And the idea behind the new policy is not just to treat them as museum pieces, traditional knowledge, but to use them as operative systems of knowledge, how it can be blended with the modern system so that we are richer as a society and individuals. Richer not financially, richer culturally.
Yes, sir. The next one from Lokesh Ji. What are the challenges of NEP connected to the teaching, learning, practical skill adoption and modern education?
Oh, well, one is we need to revisit what we mean by teaching, firstly. Because knowledge is available, therefore what is my function now has to definitely change. Therefore the methods will change, and technology is another disruptor, so it will bring in new things, which all demands, which is what I believe is behind the question, which all means we need to re-equip ourselves, we need to be retrained, and institutions will have to focus on faculty development. And teachers also need to collaborate. See, one of the biggest challenges in our present system is not only that knowledge is siloed. I mean, science, arts, physics, chemistry, they are distinct and distinctly studied. Even teachers are siloed. We may interact as colleagues, but we rarely talk about or share as a community our teaching learning processes. Now, if we collaborate, we can equip each other in changed method, something that I have used. If I can share with my colleagues, somebody else can use it. Somebody else can help me to refine it better. So there is a requirement for collaboration because teaching learning method has to change, will change. Because learner has changed. The purpose of education has changed. The world of work has changed. Only classroom cannot remain the same. I hope I understood the question correctly.
Yeah, yes, sir. So the next one from Dr. Nageshji. What are the qualifications and eligibility needed for the teacher under NEP?
I think that's a more an administrative thing, which the whatever successor to UGC, because UGC itself is going now. There will be a new body about which you will hear in detail in the next session. So the new body will decide what are the qualifications. What are the qualifications? And obviously there will be time given. For example, B.Ed, it's very clearly said the standalone B.Ed colleges will not be there over a period of time, which means there is time safety net for those who have already taken admission into these programs. So that care will be taken even in terms of qualification for the faculty.
Yes, so that's obviously true. As the NEP and Sridhar sir also told, Professor Sridhar sir, that the evolution will be slow. That's what we have given a target of 2030, that the complete full-fledged implementation will start. Down the line, maybe another 9 years. Next, sir, from S.T. Prabhakar sir, how will the role of universities change when colleges become autonomous?
Yeah, in fact, universities have to ask this question among themselves, what they will do. Because today, one of the big things they believe, which is unfortunate, is affiliating. Big function of universities has been affiliating, but actually they should be focused on teaching and research. Instead, a lot of administrative energy of the university is going into affiliation system. As a result, their energies are diverted and individual institutions are feeling constricted by the system. Now that this will end, universities will have to revisit. They have to focus on teaching and research. And another thing is, universities can also start undergraduate program under the new scheme. So the autonomy extends both ways. Exactly as affiliation will go away and colleges become autonomous, even the universities can start undergraduate programs.
Sir, next one is from Hemlata ji. What is the main objective of establishing a research foundation center in an institution? Are there any highlights specified in NEP?
Since the word research foundation is assumed, you have picked up this term from the policy. Policy talks of National Research Foundation, which is the one central body to fund all research in colleges and universities. And it makes no distinction between subjects. It makes no distinction between college, university, public, private. Everything, and it's already notified. So it is now reality. NRF is a reality. And every college or a faculty in a college, when he or she wants to pursue research and needs funding for that, you have to go to NRF. And NRF is open for all faculty members, all members of all academic institutions of higher education. So there is no research foundation in the colleges. But what policy does say that higher educational institutions need to build research culture. Going forward, there needs to be a research element even in undergraduate education when there is a 4-year undergraduate education program. As a short or a small element of research must be brought in so that they are tuned to it even in their undergraduate days is what the policy is recommending.
So the next question is from Soumya Madden. Research and innovation with context to traditional knowledge system. Because we know that India around 100 years back was well versed in research, and we had stalwarts in science and all those researchers. So how you feel that traditional knowledge system in research and innovation under NEP will develop?
As I have already said, NEP is very clear on this. They want to bring focus on traditional knowledge system, which has been neglected. We have a very rich resource, both science, technology, medicine, and astronomy. And there are already institutions which have started working. If you go to IIT Kanpur website, IIT Bombay website, they're already doing a lot of work on, disseminating and making traditional knowledge systems more relevant and bringing them to the fore. So it is a reality, and it is getting a bigger focus. And I think there will be more and more such efforts will become a reality soon.
Sir, from Lakshmi Narayan ji, will summative assessment be a part of curriculum as per NEP? Summative assessment.
Normally, when we say curriculum, in a broader sense, it includes 3 things. The content that we teach, the pedagogy, the way we teach, and what we assess, how we assess. So, summative assessment will remain. Formative assessment should get importance. Both need to be balanced, because summative assessment is the way you certify, brand, give a label to your graduate so that the market accepts them. Whereas summative assessment, formative assessment is what helps the student to learn. Therefore, there is no taking away of both, either of them. Both will be there. We need to balance both.
So because of the time, this will be the last question, and rest will be yes. From Rajesh RMG, can we create our own syllabus or specialization in our institution?
Absolutely, 100%. you should be able to create, not only you can create combinations which don't exist now. Today, Harvard is running a undergraduate dual major, computer science and music, computer science and English literature. So it is possible. In fact, it is mandatory to devise your own curriculum. Therefore, you are free to devise it the way you want. Policy very clearly says distinction between subjects will simply disappear. You can combine variety of subjects. Today, you cannot combine physics with philosophy or economics with mathematics. You can do it. What it implies, each institution has to think whether what the students want, how they will organize this. Other practicalities one will have to consider, but freedom, yes, and recommended, definitely yes.
So I request our principal, sir, Dr. S.N. Venkatesh, sir, from Seshadripuram College, to thank Dr. Joshi, sir, for this wonderful explanation and enlightenment about NEP.
Yeah, it is my privilege to thank Joshi sir, and a very good personality, and he given a lot of inputs, especially on NEP. And I think such an eminent personality is with us today, and we have a lot of interaction with him. We get a lot of things and acquire the knowledge. And definitely, sir, we assure that Seshadripuram group of institution is the first institution to get ready for this NEP program in Karnataka. And at the same time, I'm thankful to you, sir, for on this occasion. And thanks to all the heads of the institution who are participated in this. And I also thank Professor Shantanu Das. I'm thankful to all the teachers, fraternity on this occasion. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you again.
Our next speaker.
Next session.
Yeah, now only, sir. 11:45. Gaurisha, sir. Gaurish, sir.
Good morning, Professor Santanu. Good morning, Dr. Venkatesh.
So before you start, let us introduce you to our elite fraternity of teaching staff of Seshadripuram Educational Group, head of the institutions, my dear colleagues. So we are here to listen to Gaurisha Joshiji, who is a Deputy Director, SES Bangalore, and Chief Consultant Committee for the Draft National Education Policy. Sri Gaurisha holds MBA with specialization in Finance and Marketing, MPhil in Management, and PhD from Bangalore University. He has more than 15 years of teaching experience at postgraduate level, teaching management subjects and guiding projects. He has experience in quality management and accreditation of higher education institutions. He was assistant professor, coordinator of IQAC, and editorial team member of Management Research Journal at one of the prestigious MBA institution in Karnataka, namely RV Institute of Management, RVIM, Bangalore. He worked as a chief consultant in the Technical Secretariat of Committee for Draft National Education Policy. Former ISRO Chairman Dr. K. Kasturirangan, committee constituted by MHRD, Government of India in 2017. He served as honorary secretary and treasurer of CLAMS, a Bangalore-based NGO, and was involved in educational projects and has organized many conferences and public lectures. Mr. Gaurisha has been involved in many research pursuits in the area of education. He has presented and published research articles at national and international level. He has delivered many lectures and conducted workshops on various topics related to quality of education and innovations in teaching learning. He has delivered more than 35 lectures on national education policy at various national seminars, conferences, and webinars. Mr. Gaurisha is passionate about Kannada literature and theatre. He has written many plays, poems in Kannada, and some of his plays include several names, and it's N numbers. He has directed more than 6 dramas and few metaphors on contemporary issues. Mr. Gaurisha is a visiting faculty at MBA Department of Bangalore University. Presently, he is serving as a Deputy Director at Center for Educational and Social Studies, CES, Bengaluru, and is involved in NEP 2020 implementation initiatives in Karnataka. I, on behalf of Seshadripuram Educational Trust, North Bangalore Science Forum, Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, KSCST, and Seshadripuram Group of Institutions, sister institutions, we welcome you wholeheartedly, which is hosted at Seshadripuram First Grade College. We request you to give the finishing touches to the implementation so that next week, as we have discussed already, that we can take it forward in our next 1 week talk along with our principal, sir. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Santanu. Hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible. You have to go for the slide mode. Yeah.
Okay. I thank Seshadripuram Group of Institutions, Honorable Secretary, Principal Dr. Venkatesh, and Santanu for inviting me on this session. I think from last 3 days, you're all going through what is this national education policy with respect to school education and higher education. I think it is a good initiative that many of the faculty fraternity have a general understanding of the policy. They know the NEP 2020, the highlights, what is there in different aspects of higher education. But it is very important to have this kind of sessions where we are going to understand deeply what are the important aspects or policy point which we are going to implement in the days to come. Very, very nearly, we are going to adopt into our own institutions and we are going to implement. In that context, and also, I think the way the workshop is oriented is also very interesting because more than 30 minutes to 45 minutes Q&A discussion, I think it is very healthy so that we will get a lot of insight and get new ideas. And at the same time, the faculty members get their doubts cleared. I think I was there, Joshi sir session. This is the scenario today. Let me start from here. I think some of these aspects Joshi sir covered in his session. So let me start from there. He stopped basically. Very first thing, let us understand there are 2 important aspects that I have covered in this particular slide. There is a complex triangle, limited teacher and institutional autonomy, suboptimal governance and leadership, disempowering regulatory system. I think this is the very important drawbacks that we are observing, we are experiencing in our education system today. Of course, teacher with their own interest, they are developing their skills, enhancing their knowledge. They are making every effort to contribute best in the classroom and develop the students' capabilities, competencies. But in terms of the autonomy which is given to them is limited, and otherwise it is only applicable for certain category of faculty, that is normally university or to some extent autonomous colleges, apart from the premier institutions of national importance. Again, institutions, because of the affiliation system, even institution is far, far better than the university, which is offering many degree and postgraduate courses. If the college is doing better than the university, but still they have to go with the university norms, rules, regulations, evaluation system, curricula, everything. Secondly, governance and leadership issues, whether it at university level or institutional level. and the accountability factor. Are we empowering the institutions, leaders of the institutions, to take appropriate decisions at the right time for the improvement of quality of education in the respective institutions at the micro level? Are we empowering the entire governance and system to develop an education system which is very essential by considering the changes what we are witnessing in the environment today? So it is a question mark. There is a disempowering regulator system. Always it is top to bottom approach. At the college, Seshadripuram college will get all the rules and regulations to start their new institution with respect to infrastructure, teachers, facilities, finally even curricula and how to teach sometime. Even today I'm observing some of the syllabus copies. They include even pedagogy. Maybe it may be suggested pedagogy, but still to that extent, it is top to bottom approach. What is the role of the colleges with all kind of infrastructure, with good faculty team, with good management, with philanthropic approach like Seshadripuram group of institutions? Whether are they empowered through a enabling regulatory system to provide quality education as envisioned not only in this policy NEP 2020, as envisioned right from the Radhakrishnan report, Radhakrishnan sir commissioned report post-independence. So this is again another important aspect, that is where the NEP 2020 becomes relevant. This is actually the problem side we are talking about. And this autonomy, complete autonomy, is a long pending demand of academia. But there is another angle to look into why we have to go for a new kind of education system. That is as Professor Joshi mentioned in his previous session, changing nature of work, 21st century skills. We need to build that kind of ecosystem to give students with competencies, capabilities, not only for today and tomorrow, for entire life. We need to develop that 21st century skills among the students. Multidisciplinary and holistic approach for education. It is not just passing on the knowledge or what is there in the syllabus. It is making the student to learn it, and we have to evaluate. That is what Professor Joshi said, formative evaluation, to see what are the desired outcomes in terms of competencies, in terms of graduate attributes, whether students achieved it or not, whether he will be capable in the future to cope up with all types of situations, with all emotional balances, face all the challenges and risk in the life, and of course lead a better life finally. What is that we are talking in today's context? Quality of life. And changing role of institution and teacher. Teacher is not going to be just a knowledge transformating personality, but is going to be a mentor, facilitator. So that is going to be the role of teacher. Information is available free of cost to all the students. They no need to make any effort to get that information. It has to be transformed into like a knowledge. That is the role of a teacher. Guide them, coach them, mentor them to build that kind of personality which is required for today's contemporary world. So that is the role of teacher. I think most of the institutions today, they have a called mentoring system for the purpose of NAC or with real intention to mentor the students and give all the counseling, etc. Some of the institutions may with very good purpose, they have started this mentoring. But teacher role is to, specifically at higher education level, it is more of mentoring and facilitating the learning. An institution role is changing. I think we are aware that next few years, every institution is going to implement ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. And in addition to that, we have a lot of online courses, MOOC courses, online degrees, blended learning. But then what is the role of an institution? And NEP aspires that every institution should become degree granting institution. And students can move to one college to another college, one faculty to another faculty, one university to another university within the country, and go abroad and take the courses, learn the subjects, earn the credits, and get a degree from one particular institution. As per the present ABC, where the student get 50% credits, that institution is going to award the degree. And then what is the role of this institution and how to adapt to the changing situation or scenario as envisioned in the NEP? It is not just the context. NEP is not the only context to make all these changes at the India level, that is at the national level, at the institution level, at the individual level, that is faculty as well as the learners. Changing profile of learners is another aspect that we need to look into. Most of the time we make this comment, students are not like that earlier, there are a lot of changes are happening. The environment is changing and the learner profile is also changing. So in this, I think these are all the very positive thing that is happening to introduce a change. It is not just some policy, some guidelines, some regulations and rules are enforcing the institutions to change. No, it is just that has created a scenario now, the environment that we need to change. Otherwise, if you look into the past and the present scenario, drawbacks which normally we talk, and other side, a lot of opportunities and changing environment, it is giving an opportunity to every institution, every faculty to change for better. I think if this is clear, then we will not talk much about the NEP, what is their NEP, what we have to do as per the NEP. You just analyze this scenario. What changes are happening in our economy, in our society, in the global scenario, in the technology front. So what are the changes happening? You just observe. Let us observe our own students. What is really required for the today's students? What is the need? Let us not go by want of the student. Let us go by the need of the student. And then it makes us to realize that there is something needs to be changed. What is that? This NEP 2020 gives a guidelines or a broader framework to all of us where we need to head towards, what is that change and how we have to realize. So that's where the NEP 2020 becomes more contextual. We look at all the previous policies. This policy is asking for or demanding for not incremental change, complete change, not the piecemeal approach. Why? Because it's a long gap of 35 years. In this period, we have witnessed many changes and we cannot look back now, our immediate last 40, 50, 60, 70 years, or even the colonial period. Only thing that we can look back is before the colonial period and moving ahead. So with that, policy suggested for 3 important transformative changes, specifically for higher education. One is structural changes, regulatory reforms, holistic multidisciplinary education. It happens at the macro level and micro level. So what is that macro and micro? So entire regulatory framework, a new regulatory framework has been suggested by the policy. Structural reforms have been suggested. What are the type of institutions And what is the role of these institutions? I think in the previous session, somebody was asking, if the affiliation system go away, what the universities has to do? They have to look back at Takshashila, Nalanda, Vikramashila universities. They were never doing any affiliations. They were giving the education of best quality with whatever that we are listening today, 21st century skills, creating that thinking ability, making the student aware, the learner aware that how creative he or she is, and give that holistic approach to the entire education. So that is what the important thing that universities were doing earlier. If you look at the Nalanda, normally we refer these universities. I think there are in many places policy also referred Nalanda, Takshashila universities. So today's universities has to think about how to become Nalanda, how to become Takshashila. That's their job, that's their role. Now, it has become very important for institutions, colleges like you to think how to develop an ecosystem where you award your own degrees. It is not just getting autonomy and awarding the degree. So what are the changes that is required at the institutional level? And I think the previous session was very important from the individual level. So normally in most of my sessions, I talk about this India level, institutional level, individual level. So it should integrate. So a lot of regulatory frameworks changes have been suggested in the policy and structural reforms. So what is that institutional autonomy that we are talking about, or what is a new regulatory system? What is that holistic approach of education? What is a teacher development and the role of teacher or faculty? So all these are part of this macro changes. Let us look into that in the next few minutes. And institution level, as I mentioned earlier, so faculty, professional development, and holistic and multidisciplinary education, networking, collaborations, equity that every institution need to focus, infrastructure, learning environment, and individual level. I think I no need to talk again on the individual level. It is very necessary today. I think you heard from Joshi sir about what is that faculty role. And there is something called a leadership role also in the context of these changes to bring into the institution level. I think all of you are aware of this. A light but tight regulatory system, Higher Education Commission of India, and I think Higher Education Commission of India, it is already going to be reality in the very near future. Draft is ready. It is now for public opinion. Under that 4 verticals, single regulator, meta-accrediting body with multiple accrediting agencies, as many as required, Grant Council, and very importantly, General Education Council. Because this General Education Council will provide us the National Higher Education Qualification Framework that every institution has to follow to develop their own courses, curricula, evaluation system. I think that becomes a broader framework for all of us to follow to offer our own programs and award the degrees. These are the 4 verticals that is we are going to witness in the very near future. And let us understand, it is not monitoring bodies. Basically, it is a functional division of the entire regulatory system. Funding function, assessment and accreditation quality, assuring function, regulatory function, and finally, the education outcome, that kind of function. So basically, it's all the function-based structure. It is proposed in the NEP. And they are not monitoring body or dictating body or top to bottom approach kind of system. Definitely not. So they are enablers. The system is going to empower every higher education institution and ensure the education community, teachers, management of the institutions, students, everybody, and who take the benefits of education, the larger context, what we call stakeholders, ensure that this is going to be quality education that every institution is going to provide through a graded autonomy kind of status, continuous assessment and accreditation of the institutions, making the institutions responsible for their own activities, etc. So that is where the meaning of light but tight regulator system comes into picture. So it is basically enabling, empowering, and ensuring. Karnataka, similar structure. In Karnataka, there is a proposal of Karnataka Shikshana Ayoga. Let us see, it is only proposed whether Karnataka state government is going to implement this or not. We have to wait. Single regulator at the state level, and for financing there will be single financing council will be there, grant council. Interesting thing is KRIC, that is Karnataka Research and Innovation Council. So this is where we need to be more alert and also take most of the advantage of this policy. This policy talks about research, innovation, not only at the faculty level, even at the students level. It is not only for premier institutions, universities, it is for every college. So I think at the national level, we have NRF, like that in Karnataka, we will have KRIC with special focus on research and innovation. I think we need to build that culture of research and innovation. It is not producing number of papers or some minor major projects. It is build that kind of mindset, culture, research attitude. Very importantly, build that capabilities among the faculty and students to undertake research and innovations. We should help our economy, we should help our society, we should help our country. Otherwise, we will not have that logical end for our research work. So I think that is what the KRIC is going to focus in the days to come in the state of Karnataka. As earlier speaker mentioned, it is not university college, it is higher education institutions. So Karnataka government presently thinking to come out with Karnataka State Higher Education Institutions Act. Now today we have University Act, Karnataka State University Act. But the now thinking is happening, can we go for Higher Education Institution Act instead of University Act? One act which caters to the needs of university as well as the college. So then the focus of the topic today, I know very well that it is institutional development plan. Without understanding what are the changes happening at the macro level in terms of regulatory system, and at the micro level, what are the changes expected at the institutional level in terms of governance and leadership, we cannot talk about institutional development plan. Every institution is going to become autonomous degree granting college in next 15 years. That's the maximum period envisioned in the policy. Within that period, every institution try to level best to become autonomous degree granting college. So no affiliation system. Then definitely there will be a regulatory system. We need to maintain the transparency, reporting, getting approval. So all those things will be in a very, very strategic way. It will be there, but with a minimum requirements, and make the institution more empowered and make them accountable. That's where I normally say that autonomy which every institution is going to get, whether it is an university or a college, that is equivalent to accountability. Make the institutions accountable for what they are going to do. They are going to award the degree, so they must have that kind of curricula, learning infrastructure, faculty, so that the degree will have relevance for students, parents, industry, job markets. Otherwise, nobody will turn at you to get degree from your institution. So they look for qualities, outcomes which are desired from the undergraduate programs, that which you are going to decide, you are going to design. I think today autonomous institutions have some exemptions when compared to the affiliated colleges. They can definitely frame their curricula, programs, etc. There are some liberties there for them. So flexibility is there. But this is not like that. with complete autonomy for the institution under the broad framework of the institutional, the framework, that is graduate framework that we given by General Education Council, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, you can design your program. So you design your program, you deliver it, you conduct the evaluation, then finally certify. So that means the responsibility at your end, you are not looking at somebody like university for syllabus, examination, evaluation system, pedagogy. I think that's where now institution has to think about bringing the changes to, and at the macro level, the system is going to change to make every institution accountable. So that's where the two things are very important here. One is independent board of governors. The institution is going to be managed by board of governors, empowered board of governors, which we definitely have representation from the students, alumni, industry, faculty, management of the institution, what normally we are talking today, and not that the term stakeholder fit here. So they become the part of the board of governors, eminent educationists, eminent personalities in the society will become part of the board of governors. As per the institutional vision, they set direction, where to move, what are the strategies has to be adopted, how to plan for next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, what we call short term, mid-term, long term, and ensure that we achieve those goals with the required resources. So I think that's the accountability part I'm talking about. When we have empowered board of governors, they really think from the point of view of learners, development of the institution, development of the learners, and contributing to the education community and society at large. So this board of governors will manage the institutions or will run the institutions according to their own plan. Vision will be there, plan will be there to govern all this institutional framework and at the macro level regulatory framework. So otherwise, you will run your institution, you will manage your institution, you will set a goal, targets, a vision for your institution, and how to move towards that, how to achieve that goal. So you create your own path, you design your own path. So that is what we normally call strategic planning for institutional development and growth. So policy talks about one important such document, that is Institutional Development Plan, IDP. This is going to be very important. Every institution will develop this institution development plan and they manage the institutions accordingly. And finally, they evaluate themselves, and anybody, any stakeholder, even community can check the progress of the institutions or can do the evaluation of the institution. Today, we have a concept called, it is not only the evaluation happens from NAC or regulatory agencies. There is something called social auditing. Can anybody check whether the institution has achieved the set targets the way they wanted to achieve, according drawn from their vision? Anybody can check if they refer back to institutional development plan. I think that's where the importance of institutional development plan we need to understand. It is not just a plan that will have some numbers. No, it gives complete picture of the institution and present, and also where you would like to see in the next short term, mid term, and the long term. So you would like to become autonomous degree granting college in 10 years. What is your institutional development plan? And your evaluation happens according to that. That's how it builds an accountability system within this institutional framework. So let us understand this important key principles of institutional development. What is the outcome focus? Whether NEP is there, NEP is the context, that's all. Today we have NEP. Otherwise, already I mentioned in the beginning of my session, NEP is just a context for us to change or heading towards a change. It is actually the environment is forcing us to change. If we are not going to change, we will perish or you will not be in the context at all. So when you look at the policy, it gives that kind of direction. So now we need to visualize that, and also we need to realize that. So then only we can make a framework for our own institutions to move ahead. So outcome focus. What are we trying to do and why? Basically, we are trying to realizing the vision of our institution. Seshadripuram College has its own vision. It has its own goal. I think a very old institution in Karnataka. I think you have branches in many parts of the cities and towns in Karnataka today, grown into that level. You have a group of institutions, but spirit of the institution is same. That is drawn from the vision. Maybe you have revisited your vision several times. So realizing the vision of the institution is really the outcome. Whether we implemented NEP or not, it is a contextual. Whether we fulfill all the rules and regulations, it is basically to run our institution. So finally, why we are here as an institution? Why there is our existence? I think at each individual level, you can ask these questions. Why am I a faculty? Why am I a teacher? So it is basically, what are we trying to do and why? Context is today NEP. Somewhere we have to start. Some institutions are ahead of us. Some institutions are still waiting for something. I think Seshadripuram is in the middle. I know few of the institutions in India, they are much ahead in terms of NEP, what the NEP, the set direction set by the NEP. But still many of the institutions are lagging behind. They're still thinking that whether NEP is going to be really implemented, they're worried about that. Well, what opposition says, what others says, what happens, what is going to happen. I think this kind of mentality is there still among many of the institutions, faculty. This is very normal, quite common. So, but you have an advantage now because from the awareness level, the basic understanding of policy level to the next level, you're thinking now how to implement this policy. The question is how and why. Why question is always there. It is not just to implement the policy, because policy today, it becomes a regulatory things tomorrow and they will enforce on us. No, let us understand this policy top to bottom and bottom to top approach. So we have to start. Yes, what is the starting point is implementation of NEP. Approach is again participatory approach, stakeholder approach. Even for institutional development plan, stakeholders approach works better. We need to collaborate today. Collaboration should happen at the institutional level and at the individual level. Let us understand at the national level also a lot of collaborations are happening. India is collaborating with many world organizations in different countries. For outcome-based education, specifically in engineering, we are signatory of Washington Accord. There are a network of thinkers on different directions. At the national level, that kind of collaboration is happening. I think that we need to collaborate, whether it is institution or individual. So better to have that kind of stakeholder approach. And I told you, accountability, that is very required, because when will we know we have accomplished the goal? Who has set the goal? Institution. Involvement of all the stakeholders. The goal is set. Vision is understood. Target is fixed. Now, what is that accountability? Normally, we prepare a report. We submit it to MHRD, ICE report, Government of Karnataka, affiliating university, NAC every 5 years once and every year quarter annual report. That is what we are doing, reporting. So finally, we have to see whether we accomplished our goal. That is what the commitment we required. So that is what I mean, accountability. That is where institutional development plan becomes more relevant. And of course, it should happen in a time framework. NEP has set a broader, it has given good amount of time for every institution at the rural area, at the backward area, to get that kind of autonomous status or become the part of a cluster. So have a realistic target without losing the opportunity. So realistic target doesn't mean that take your own time. No, it is not like that. There is a policy framework. Let us understand normally regulations, policies, etc. will give a bare minimum kind of thing. For example, your own affiliation system. Have you conducted conferences? Yeah, 2 conferences, 1 score. If you conducted 10 conferences, also you'll get not more than 2 scores. That means surviving basic things. But let us not go for that. What is your institutional capability as of now? What is your strength in terms of intellectual properties you have, human resources you have, learning environment you have more than the learning infrastructure? What is that ability of you to raise that funds required in the days to come? Correct? So keeping that in your mind, institutional strengths, weaknesses, and then looking at the outside world, opportunities, and what are the challenges you are going to face, have a realistic target, and you should not lose the opportunity. What is knocking at your door now? Then what is IDP? So each institution will make a strategic institutional development plan. It covers everything because the institution manage, they run on the basis of IDP. If anybody asks you whether you have done it or not, the reference point is your IDP. From the governance point of view, from developmental point of view, your own institutional development and growth, and what is that report, etc. you're thinking about in terms of regulatory, IDP is the reference point. All your initiatives to progress, to assess your own progress, as I mentioned earlier, check whether reached the goal or not. So what are the strategies you are taking or you are building or designing to reach that goal? So this all become the very important aspect in the days to come, whether you go for funding, whether you go for any approvals, whether you go for any assessment and accreditation. So this becomes an important document for the institutions. What are the components of IDP? I have already mentioned what is this context, why we are talking about this, and what is this IDP, why we required, what is the importance of IDP. But let us understand what is that components you should have. I think today we have some kind of institutional development. Institutions, I know whether Seshadripuram is under RUSA or not, I have no clear picture. Institutions which are now under RUSA, got a lot of funds from the RUSA, they have something called institutional development plan. Or at least the institutions which are going for accreditation or already accredited, they have something called strategic plan for next 5 years at least. I had seen some of these RUSA documents. Most of the things are numbers. How many teachers you have, what is the infrastructure, what is the book, how many books in library. Well, next 5 years, what is that you required? Basically, RUSA is for infrastructure development. And if you even look at the strategic plan for assessment and accreditation, most very critical things are missing in most of the institutions. The critical thing is, in the context of NEP, it is curricular, pedagogy, and assessment. The whole curricula, as described by Dr. Rajendra Joshi in his previous session. So that is an important component of institutional development plan. Because we are heading towards a new kind of undergraduate programs and postgraduate programs, and of course, even research. It is more of multidisciplinary, holistic education. That means a complete transformation should take place in our curricula. That is number one. We have today a lot of compartments, BCom, BSc, BA, whatnot. So even though they are from the same root, when it becomes branch, they have a lot of differences of opinions, etc. in a lighter way. But otherwise, we have this kind of system: BCom degree, BA degree, engineering, BE. All these things are there. One that has to become, with a holistic approach, all these courses should become a multidisciplinary undergraduate program. Whether straight away initially every institution will be asked to have the multidisciplinary program and close all BCom, BSc? No, definitely not. Gradually, At the university level, autonomous college level, multidisciplinary undergraduate program will be introduced. Parallelly, these courses will run for some more time. At one point of time, it becomes completely multidisciplinary because there is a transition plan, basically. And then even affiliated colleges, they have to take the path of becoming autonomous degree granting college with a graded autonomy. So they also have to go for this multidisciplinary undergraduate programs. I think that's the major change going to happen at the campus level. That is, we need to have a proper planning towards bringing that culture, not only develop some courses in multidisciplinary and it offer in the college, that requires a lot of training to the faculty, curricular improvement to quality of classroom transaction, holistic development of students, keep the learner as a centric, create a strong internal system which support diverse requirement of the students and diverse students. They are coming from different social background, and even train the teachers, develop the capabilities among the faculty members. So whole lot of things is required under the curriculum. Why? Because one, the existing system completely is going to change as multidisciplinary holistic undergraduate programs. Number one. Number two, your institution is going to design the curriculum. Okay, not next 5 years. Maybe Seshadripuram may put a target of 5 to 8 years to become autonomous degree granting college. Let us say you may do it less than that period, or you may take more than that period, depending upon your institutional present situation and also the leadership. Let us say 5 to 8 years you take to become an autonomous degree granting college. That means in next 8 years, you need to work a lot to offer a multidisciplinary programs, because by the time most of the institutions, or at least a considerable number of institutions, let us say even 10-15% of institutions in Bengaluru become autonomous degree granting colleges. So they will also offer multidisciplinary programs, etc. You are also going to offer, you have to offer the best according to your institution vision and what is that direction you have set. You need to train your faculty to develop that kind of curricula. It includes the content, pedagogy, and finally assessment, because you are going to grant the degree. So in terms of the course and in terms of you are going to the framework and system that is going to be changed in your institution, so this become an important part of your IDP. It is not just the courses, how many programs you are going to offer, which are those programs. No, it is more than that. It includes even the pedagogy and what is that assessment system you are going to follow, because you are building through your institutional development plan credibility among the stakeholders, because system is going to change. Seshadripuram College, what now, it is not going to be the same tomorrow. Many other institutions are there. You need to build that kind of credibility among the stakeholders to offer this multidisciplinary program. How you build credibility? With a proper planning, visualizing the things and adopting the right measures and strategies. That should be part of your IDP. Hope I think I'm dragging it, but by considering the importance of curricula in the days to come, so I'm talking more on that particular issue. Second thing is faculty professional development, right from the faculty recruitment. It is not how many faculty required. We normally bothered about what is that ratio, student faculty ratio. Are we achieved or not? Whether 75% is sufficient or we need to go for 100%. No, it is not just the number of faculty. Let us understand faculty are going to play a role of mentoring. Whether the regulatory framework say this ratio or not, institution should decide what should be the ratio, basically, even adhering to the regulatory system. And secondly, it is talking about recruitment in the sense, what is that your recruitment policy? What is that best quality faculty you can definitely bring it to your institution? You can attract towards your institution. What is the performance assessment system over there? What is the promotion, tenure track? Policy talks about tenure track, probationary, and then confirm their service, whatever that requirements. Finally, promotion, how they get promoted, how they get incentivized, motivated, and then professional development of the faculty. Policy talks about continuous professional development. What is the plan of the institution towards this? It is not just recruitment, maintaining the number of, today we have that NAC, how many faculty are there, how many vacancies are still pending, what level, professor. No, it is not just that. It is more than that. How you would like to see your faculty growth and development so that they can contribute better to your own students, your institution, and finally to the entire education community. They should fulfill the purpose because you are awarding the degree, so you are more responsible and accountable. Faculty, I think already Dr. Joshi sir mentioned about the role of the faculty and what are the training required for them, what are the development should take place in faculty, whether it is research or special skill about the development of curricula, designing pedagogy, a new evaluation assessment system, innovative system, research, very important thing is research. So how to develop all this continuously? Today institutions are leaving it to the faculty, whether they go ahead with some workshops, giving some funds and they go for workshops, they attend some conferences. No, it should happen in a continuous way with the specific outcomes. What is that outcomes expected from the each faculty? It is for faculty's own development. So there are two things. One is institution is becoming responsible to develop their own faculty because you have recruited by looking at all the qualities required. And now what is the requirement? According to the requirement of your institution, you need to develop the faculty forever. Number two, even at the faculty level, you need to make, I think better to use, we need to make special effort to be contemporary, be aware with the things, not only in terms of knowledge, even in terms of the skill which is required, innovative pedagogy that is required, using of technology for that matter. And we have to take continuous courses, online, MOOC courses, etc. We need to, because it is for our professional development, whether with this institution or other institution. So as a teacher, as a faculty, I need to develop. So I think that's another important component, how to build a good quality faculty. So they become brand ambassadors for the institution many a time. If institution realize this, the importance, I think definitely they can make better plans and also grow. Other components, accreditation is one of the important thing. There are a lot of changes are going to happen in the accreditation. NAC is working already. This is NAAC, the presently. NAC will actually going to frame all the required standards, quality assessment, or the broader quality framework for every higher education institution. Any agency which is get approval from the NAC will have their own criteria, etc. What we are today NAC is doing. So accordingly, they will have and they will go for assessment and accreditation. But today, most of the things, I think we have all 7 criteria, all of you know very well. So today for an affiliated college, teaching learning is not even though it is having highest weightage in the entire credit system or assessment scoring system, but it is going to be more. Curricula, I think very less score today. It becomes more weightage for even curricula. And let us understand, when every institution become autonomy, degree granting, so they are accountable, basically your assessment focus also will change. One is of course curricula, quality, and then self-governance, how you are managing your institution. Are you visualizing or are you realizing your own goal? The NAC finally, apart from the bare minimum things, it awards score and grades based on your own institutional outcomes. It is asking what are your objectives and vision. Finally, have you realized you are not through the 7 criteria? We are not understood, many of the institutions not understood this. Each are pieces because separate committees will work on that. So IQAC finally will bring the document. But thing is, we have written vision and finally we have written some conclusion in my document. Whether this entire process is matching with that vision and finally what conclusion I have written. Whether this vision is really the institution is implementing and achieving, to what extent. That's how NAC awards the grade through 7 criteria. It is basically, it becomes more now with the implementation of this policy, and importantly, to become autonomous degree granting college, it comes through grades in the assessment. So it is a graded autonomy. You have to have a specific plan, definite targets to achieve this kind of autonomous status. You have to go through that kind of rigorous assessment and accreditation. It should be part of your IDP. So I think the last point is very relevant. Accreditation will be based on adherence to basic norms, public self-disclosure, transparency, good governance, outcomes. What are these outcomes? Academic outcomes, research outcomes. What is your outreach? As today we say outreach and extensions, student support. I think all these criteria we are talking about with a new type of framework, I think this will come into force in the days to come. So other access and equity is important. I think today also in some of the institutions, at least in the professional courses, it is happening because of some of the mandatory things. Otherwise, most of the time, the equity, inclusivity becomes the part of the government policy. Whether government given any scholarship, made any provisions, given any guidelines, made anything as one of the important regulatory component. No, it should become part of your own IDP. How we are going to cater to the needs of SCDGS? Socially, economically disadvantaged groups, physically disadvantaged groups. So how we are going to cater to their needs, how we are going to include them in your own education process, whether are you offering any scholarship, are you providing any other learning facilities to them? So building student-friendly ecosystem, even including the counseling, providing other facilities become very important by considering the access, equity, and inclusivity. It becomes an important element for institution also, not only the government. Every private college need to think about this. Then fundings. I think funding is very important for any institution. Basically, it is not policy, education is a philanthropic. So every institution make the best effort to adhere to all the socially understood norms or guidelines. And let us understand funding. Here are two important things here. One is how we are planning your fund financing for all this, whether it is for research or developmental fund, even to provide scholarship, etc. All the aspects of your education. So what is that you are providing in your institution? What is that fund required? And how you are getting that funds? What is the sources of your fund? How we are planning for it? And how you can bring funds from outside through philanthropic approach or any other type of funding that is available in the society. So what is that your approach towards funding? So even funding becomes an important part of the IDP with the full disclosure. I think this document is planned and subsequently this becomes an evaluation reference point. If you would go for a self-evaluation, what is your reference point is IDP. If the regulator system or somebody else, even I talked about social auditing, or even NAC assessment and accreditation, they would like to look at your growth, your development, how you are managing your institution, what is that quality of education you are giving, whether your vision is realized, are you in tandem with the framework, which is regulatory framework, and how we are moving ahead with the student development and faculty development. Everything can be evaluated by insider, self, or even from outsider by keeping the IDP as a reference point. Number one. Number two, IDP gives a clear-cut strategic viewpoint of your institutional growth, where you would like to see and what is that strategies you are going to adopt. You plan it properly and with an inbuilt controlling and evaluation system. I think it has to be, for example, we make short-term, medium-term, and long-term. I'm not telling that this it is going to be a static IDP. It is a dynamic IDP. That means when we move ahead, what are the changes required, how you would like to make it more relevant for that particular time period. So that is possible, but this becomes a roadmap for your institutional development and growth. That's the reason most of the time in whichever session or whichever institution I go, I normally tell IDP is not something that document. NEP is making mandatory for institution to develop and keep it for in the showcase. No, it is the document, or it is a plan, strategic plan of the institution to see what is that the opportunity is there outside in the context of NEP today and in the future. We're looking at all the competitive environment, how my institution should sustain and grow, develop, how to build. See, NEP talks about many of this ABC and many other flexible measures. How I have to adopt? If ABC comes, normal questions I take in the sessions. If ABC comes, student get the first semester here and go some other subject or some other course in other institution, what to do with my institution, so what about the fee, etc. You build that kind of flexibility within your curricula program, or in terms of giving credits for different institutions, collaborate with such kind of institutions. Student get benefited without affecting your own institutional requirements. And in terms of flexibility, multi-entry exit, you have proper planning for it within your institutional development plan, giving scope for all this strategically, so that you will also sustain and develop and become one of the premier institutions in the days to come. Degree granting college with credibility in the education system and the society. Then how to approach? We understood what is the IDP, what is the context, why it is important, but finally, how to do it? With the stakeholder participation, we need to develop the IDP. It is not a management document. It is not principal document. It is actually by involving all stakeholders of education, including students, alumni, faculty. They must involve basically a core people who work day and out for the institution, basically a faculty community, and few of the management representatives, including principal and other heads. I think they have to contribute a lot in visualizing all this. But in the entire process, you need to take into confidence of the students, alumni, what are they, because they will tell you, they will give the best feedback to your institution, and also they know what is their requirement, and alumni will definitely tell you what is that they are facing, what is that gap when they go out of the institution, and what is the job market requirement, life requirement. So involve them, and of course other stakeholders like industry, government. So consult them. The entire process should go in a consultation mode. It is basically involve them in the development of IDP, because it is going to be one of the pillar document for your institution to manage for next number of years. So what is the steps? It is a very normal steps, looks very simple. Gap analysis. You have to come out with your own institutional profile in detail with all components. And this is you are doing not to showcase to somebody. It is not you are going to submit it to some regulatory agency or NAC or some visitors to your institution, eminent personality who are coming to your institution. It is basically to understand your own institution. So that's the reason, realistic way, understand or analyze that gap. One thing. Second thing, from the NEP point of view, where you are, that gap is definitely will be there with every institution. So what is that gap? If you are unable to, in a realistic way, if you are unable to understand and identify this gap, I think the whole process get disturbed, and whatever that you take strategy, definitely fundamentals or the very foundation is not strong. What going to happen to a particular building? So it's similar thing going to happen with the institution. So gap analysis and then SWOT, SWOC, strengths, weakness, opportunities, and challenges. So strengths, you can go into the each of strategic area, human resource, what are strengths, what are weakness, what are the opportunities, what are challenges. Your own curricula, your other systems, what you have. Please, you can do SWOT within the institutions, intra-institutions kind of SWOT also can be done. For your entire institution, you can do the SWOT analysis. It is basically, as I started my session, to understand the opportunities available in the environment. and to visualize what are the challenges we are going to face in the process. We are going to build our institution in the future through implementation of NEP 2020 with our own strengths and weaknesses. As much as possible, strengthen the strengths, weakens the weaknesses. So that should be the approach. So SWAC, again, SWAC analysis you have to do in consultation with even outsiders. You can ask the education aides, you can ask the students, you can ask the industry people. It is not only the internal work that some people will sit, IQAC will sit and do the SWAC analysis and principal at the finally approve it and management look at it and say, it is okay. No. This SWAC is actually, you have to look into the, even you need to consult the outsiders, your students, industry people, education aides or some agencies which are really good in this. Take your realistic picture of your institution because you are doing it for your own development and not to fulfill some compliances. Having that, keep that in your mind while doing the SWAC analysis. And then aspirational goals, set the aspirational goals. As I mentioned very clearly, to realize the institutional vision, direction set by NEP 2020, looking at the opportunities, do a thorough analysis of opportunities available and what are the challenges we are going to face. That will guide you how to decide on the, or how to understand this, or how to identify what are these aspirational goals for your institution to become one of the large multidisciplinary institution with eminence or providing that kind of quality education. I think these are the strategic steps. Looks very simple, but this is the foundation for your IDP for NEP implementation. I will not get into this SWOT analysis, you know, because most of the faculty members are today aware with all these tools. But let us understand the strengths, weaknesses, what is that internal factors. In a realistic way, you have to find out and you have to write. You can do it at very micro level within your institution. Even at the very strategic area, strategic group, you can do that. Every department, you can do that. So, or what is that structure you have within your institution, you can do this. Opportunity and challenges, basically looking into the outside environment, looking at the what are the changes happening in terms of blended learning, in terms of ABC, in terms of industry requirements, in terms of changing approaches at elsewhere in other institutions. So, and total economic changes and what is the requirement for today's students, what is the changing profile of learners. By looking at all those things, you can do an analysis. So this is, you have to, for even one aspect is 4-year multidisciplinary UG program, because that's where you need to first look at your institution, structural changes, governance, etc. Apart from this, this is one critical aspect to offer that 4-year multidisciplinary program with ABC, with multi-entry exit, with a new framework of education, languages, skill development, vocational, unrelated majors and minors, all types of combinations is possible. So how you would like to, because you have to build this curricula, you have to decide on the pedagogy assessment, what is that research innovation from a faculty point of view also. So what is that short-term, mid-term, long-term strategy and also outcome? What is that outcome you are expecting from each of this, and what is the strategy for short-term, strategy for mid-term, strategy for long-term? So what is that outcome you are expecting in the next 5 years, next 10 years, next 15 years, for example, in terms of what are the resources required, human resource, finance and learning, other infrastructure, etc. And do a thorough consultation of experts to student, or faculty or even outsider. Take that and come out with your own, because developing that multidisciplinary program of unique nature of your institution matters a lot to position your institution in front of parents and students. This is the overall area of your institutional development plan. I'll not get into the explanation of this, self-explanatory. You can just few seconds, 30 seconds. I think you can go through this. Next is way forward. Institutional development plan, to the possible extent, had given a context and to visualize all the faculty, what is that and how to go about. Somebody asked in the previous session, so how to implement, sir, where to start the implementation of NEP? So I think next 10 minutes maximum or less than 10 minutes, I take you through what is that way forward for all of us, for every institution. I think way for the NEP document itself has given some information, target, time, etc. Karnataka Task Force has submitted a report to the government of Karnataka in terms of the implementation plan. Forget about all this macro aspects. I think every institution now must think about how to implement this NEP at their institution level. No need to wait for government or somebody comes and tell you that you have to do it. So proactively, by looking at the near future scenario, I think it is better for all the institutions to think about implementation of NEP from the best outcomes that is expected from each institution. So I think in that context, SES has involved, I can say that we had done a lot of consultation before the policy, and we had given a lot of inputs to the draft policy, Kasarangam Committee report. And some of the people who worked in the Kasarangam Committee report are part of SES today. And even after the policy is announced and subsequently cabinet is approved, we had done a lot of consultations, we had done a lot of awareness programs, conferences, etc., and had done thorough analysis of the policy, even from the point of view of implementation in Karnataka per se. So with that, we designed something like, we are suggesting the institutions, what is that best way they can look at the roadmap for implementation of the policy. So it is SES way of understanding how the policy can be implemented at the institution level. That is called NEP Ready Initiative. We have called it as NEP Ready Initiative, where our objective is to enable all the stakeholders or all the education institutions to implement the NEP effectively in letter and spirit at the individual level and at the institution level. When it happens at the individual level, benefit goes to institutions. When it happens at the institution level, benefit goes to India level. So that's the approach we are following. And we are suggesting for 3 A's: aware, act, and achieve. I think Joshi sir told to read the 60 pages plus pages NEP report. I even suggest, as a faculty, as important stakeholder of education, part of this reputed institution, Seshadripuram group of institutions, I request all of you to spend enough time on the 400 plus pages document of Kasturirangan Committee report. Wonderful. I'm not telling that since I'm part of it. I'm telling because that report, the 400-page report will tell you why this, what is the context, why this kind of changes is suggested in the policy. It has given rationale, and also it gives a clear picture of how it is visualized basically. I think Dr. Sridhar sir has given that information to you in the his opening remarks on 16th. What is the process they have followed to come out with this policy? I think if you really would like to understand this policy in spirit, I think you need to go through that 400 plus pages document, worth reading, at least worth reading. And this 60 pages is just an output of that particular document. So I suggest all of you to go through that. So individual level reading of the policy document, whether 60 or 400 plus pages, is required. Second one, today I think Professor Santanu and Dr. Venkatesh has realized that this is a requirement for Seshadripuram group of institutions to understand the different aspects of the policy, not just all the policy points. It is not policy awareness campaign. It is basically and understand what are those critical points in policy from the implementation perspective. So I think that's where SES is suggesting all the institutions to go for an aware program. Understand the policy. Understand the policy in terms of what are that major changes, critical aspects, have a deeper understanding, whether it is multidisciplinary education or how to develop the IDP or any other aspects, technology, equity and inclusivity, or even vocationalizing, skill development, etc. We have listed around 12 to 14 such critical issues for higher education institutions from the point of view of NEP implementation. I think each one is worth of having a half a day or at least half a day workshop to understand the policy better. Second one is ACT, prepare an institutional roadmap for implementation of NEP, and then you achieve, that is something that is accomplished, that I am ready now. Institution gap analysis, SWAC analysis, and finally, now I am ready for NEP implementation. And now I am heading towards implement my own institutional development plan, look at the graded autonomy and offer the courses, or at least be in the process of developing all such requirements. I think it is somewhere around 2 years process according to us. Entire thing, if you consider 1.5 years to 2 years, so that you can call yourself as NEP ready. It depending upon the institution again. It is not that every institution require 2 years, maybe less than that. Some institutions take even more than 2 years, maybe let us say 3 years also. So basic level, already I told you that we need to go through the understanding of what is this holistic multidisciplinary education, contextualizing to the institution, IDP, Academic Bank of Credit, and many other aspects is very essential. As I told you, we have listed around 12 to 14 such critical areas for institutions. And prepare the institutional development, institutional roadmap, do that gap analysis in a realistic sense, and then do the SWAC and do the institutional development plan. We will conduct a lot of supporting activities for the higher education institutions, including faculty development program, workshop, continuous workshop, and even discussion with the management, and even other aspects which is really essential for an institution to become NEP ready. So we train that. I think forget about whether SES train or not, whether you need that approach, that you must be ready, you must set that particular platform, you must be ready with the roadmap. So that by end of this particular aspect for 6 months, I think it is really required to come out with a roadmap for your implementation of NEP. So now many of the faculty and institutions have the question, when we'll get guidelines, what is that regulations, rules? I think by the time when you complete this stage, you get all sorts of regulations, all directions and guidelines from the state and central government. So by the time involving with all your stakeholders, you'll be ready with your roadmap. And then finally, NEP ready, it is basically handholding of the institutions. It is mentoring the institutions in terms of to offer multidisciplinary program or effectively implement your own IDP. So by visualizing the institutional end result, or what is that goal you have set for certain time period, by keeping in mind the vision of the institutions and also the vision of the NEP. So I think the complete support for at least 1 year, let us say. So that is what the NEP ready initiative, aware, act, and achieve 3 A's that we propose for every institution to follow. So SES actually doing a lot of work in this. We are doing a lot of research in all these areas. We are developing content for that. And we have our own resources being part of the policy and subsequently implementation of the policy in Karnataka. So we have made a network of such people who can definitely contribute towards this. And we are telling the institutions that SES is there to support the NEP implementation. So basically it is change management. So I think this is inevitable for every institution and you must be ready. Irrespective of NEP, I'm talking about. So there is a change that is very much required. So how to go about that and implement your own strategic plan. Context is NEP. So that's where we look for a change management. So that process has to be followed. So I think we have given certain need that has to be focused on. Finally, your NEP higher education institution, NEP ready, change management, training, transition plan and mentoring. So transition plan is very essential from this stage of Seshadripuram to the NEP level, or what are the changes required accordingly, what is the transformation period, how we are going to manage, or graded autonomy, governance, curricula, faculty empowerment, or by keeping all these aspects of NEP. One last thing, it is not money or anything, it is mindset. Institutional mindset, individual mindset, leadership, governance, and also the faculty. Finally, it has to take to the level of student and parent, that is there. It is institutional responsibility also to create that awareness among the parents and students. That is very important. You understand when you start, when NEP start rolling out, you understand that importance of creating that awareness among parents and your own students. But that mindset is very important. I think if you come with set mind, difficult. If you tune your mind for a flexible system of education which focuses on learner development and gives a lot of importance for autonomy at institutional level and every individual level, that is faculty. I think that is the policy with all equity and inclusiveness. I think that's where we need to come out with a set mind to a mindset status. I think that's where the institution like Seshadripuram can be a leading institution in terms of implementation, and also finally take it to the next level as you are growing with numbers and many of your institutions are accredited by NAC with the A grade and higher level grades. So even as an premier institution, you are old institution, you are known for your quality and philanthropic approach. You should become a premier institution, a degree granting autonomous college as soon as possible. I think with that spirit, I close this session, open for any of the questions or even suggestions or comments on the same. Professor Santanu, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I'd like to request our participants and delegates to put the questions in the chat box if they have any queries. And as already our Gaurish sir has been telling, or M.K. Sridhar sir, that we are in discussions, our principal sir, Gaurish sir, M.K. Sridhar sir, and we are in discussion of taking the step of after aware. This follow the 3 beautiful steps what he is telling. We'll be maybe within a week or somewhere we will finalize that. So prior to that, let us learn from our esteemed faculties that what is the, if they have any queries or something like that. Purnima madam, yes, we would have appreciated to unmute, but the thing is that if we unmute one by one, it will be. So please put your question in the chat box so that it becomes easy.
Number is 200. If number is 20, unmute is the best option.
And Gauri sir, we will request if you can, that share screen, if you can close so that you.
Yeah, I have done it. I have done it.
So let me see if any questions are there. Yes. From Professor Mahalakshmi ji, so once the NEP is implemented, it is the student who are at the receiving end. And the actual outcome of NEP can be understood only when the receive and put themselves into process finally get result.
Yeah,
is there any framework to educate students about it even before implementing it, like institutions and faculty are discussing about NEP since from last few years?
Yeah, I think central government or state government, irrespective of the level, I think they will definitely come out with certain plans to even educate the students and parents, not only students, even parents about the new education policy, what are there, because the present, those who are at the, for example, the PUC level, they have some kind of imagination or understanding towards higher education. Till this transition plan, I think still time is there. We go through this entire, otherwise parents and students will definitely have a lot of grievances that we are not getting BCom. I'm interested in commerce. I'm interested in arts. I'm interested in science. Why B, Bachelor of Engineering? Why multidisciplinary? So I think there is a lot of requirement needs to educate the students. Yeah, of course, government will definitely come out with the plans. CES or institutions like CES or organizations like CES are doing a lot of work in this direction. I think very important is, for example, Seshadripuram College. You have to create that awareness among the parents and students of PUC about the higher education. And those who are now coming to your school level, you need to tell what is that going to changes going to happen in the next few years. because whether they join at the very kindergarten or early childhood education, I think slowly they have to come to the new level of education, new system of education. So I think that has to be given that information and create awareness. So basically, it is not talking about policy. It is basically talking about why this approach, why multidisciplinary approach, and what it is. There are a lot of misconception about the multidisciplinary. People are telling that there will be no focus. If the BCom student, commerce, if they not get enough knowledge in the commerce, what is going to happen? It is not like that actually. So I think that kind of awareness has to be created among the students. Better, I told you, those who are aspirant students for you, for your undergraduate program, from your own PUC, create that so that they understand this is what, and this is what Seshadripuram is going to do. So I think that is very much required. We no need to wait till the one batch comes out from this multidisciplinary approach. Right?
The next question.
And sorry, Professor Santanu, sorry, we in our approach, we have mentioned very clearly at the awareness and act level, we orient even the students, whether for a particular college student or at mass. Sorry.
And definitely we'll like to take forward as Sridhar, MK Sridhar sir are telling that let us do in a coordinated way, so that once the teacher, then the parents, then the student, because ultimately it is the first parent should understand, because still in India we know that more than the student, parents are the one who are deciding authority about their career. So phase wise, let us initiate that awareness program, then we go for ACT, and then we'll let us see are we ready. So next question comes from Meera Madden. Sir, beyond the topic which you have covered, my question is on skill development mentioned in the NEP.
Yeah, actually, there are two types of skill basically. One is the vocational skill, or what we call professional skill. For example, a student takes engineering, there are certain engineering specific skills are there, what we call normally professional skills. Through the undergraduate program, professional skills has to be developed. That competencies is very much required for every student. Otherwise, we get comments like from Narayan Murthy, our graduates, our B graduates are not employable. Majority are not employable. We get that comments in the future also. Second one, life skills. It is basically personality development. So with all components, in the holistic education that is envisioned in the policy, there is enough scope for this professional skill development as well as life skills. It become integral part of the mainstream education. Today, some of the institutions are taking their own initiative to offer some value addition programs, some training workshops for the students for skill development. And in some university syllabus, they have given skill development, some component is given. But when you take this multidisciplinary holistic approach, skill development will be part of this main curricula what you are going to develop. So it includes both professional as well as the life skills. Hope I have answered the question.
Yes, sir. Next. Is NEP will contribute or boost up the IPR status in all sectors? IPR.
Intellectual property rights.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the, see, the basic thing. IPR comes from where? IPR comes from the research and innovation. When you are able to build a culture for research and innovation and build that competencies among the faculty on research and innovation, ultimately one of that by product of that or outcome that we measure, what is the effect of this entire research and innovation is IPR, that's all. So gradually it should lead towards that. But the thing is, it is not the right, what is that contribution we make in terms of intellectual properties. That is most important than the rights that we are going to hold on the, what are the new innovations that we come out. So I think research and development, basically innovation, will definitely boost this kind of IPR or whatever that related things. both at the NRF or at the state level, policy and implementation task force report talks about this. It gives a lot of importance for research and innovation. It is not giving importance doesn't mean that giving a lot of funds for major minor research projects. It is basically build that culture and competencies, capabilities among the faculty as well as among the students.
The part question of Mahalakshmi Madam is, does IDP give, NEP give guidelines to students for decision-making process necessary within NEP framework?
That is where the holistic approach, like the same answer. We need to build that capabilities among the students. If you go through the 21st century skill, one important skill is decision making, problem solving, decision making. There are other skills are there, like for example, creativity, innovations, communication. So like that, there are few skills are listed, what we call today 21st century skills. This is basically to enable the students to make informed choices, take the decisions, even at the critical times, how to take decisions, how to cope up with the emotions, and also finally problem solving. A normal problem or a critical problem or a complex problem. So I think NEP has given a lot of scope for such kind of competencies development among the students through this holistic approach. It becomes integral part of the any course they take, whether it is arts major or fine arts major. They will be exposed to this kind of skills, which is very much required for every student to lead a comfortable life, to face all types of challenges and critical times, or what we call crisis, and face that risk. I think that will be much talked about in the NEP.
Next question from Pramod G. Is there any institution attributes like degree attributes? Don't you think it's unfair to do gap analysis on own prepared document by institution? If stakeholders are to be involved, what qualities of stakeholders can be involved in a relative term?
Actually, first question, I'm not very clear about the question because it talks about degree attribute, something that it talked about. Maybe I understand. I understood like this: graduate attributes. Every institution should have an outcome-based education. Today, if you look at the NAC assessment criteria, today it is their outcome-based education. In the days to come, that's the yardstick for every institution to measure. So graduate attributes through the qualification framework, we get that. So every undergraduate program will have definite attributes must be achieved as a course, as a program, or as a student must be possessed with that kind of capabilities. Then second question is gap analysis. Basically, why we have to do gap analysis? We are at existing level, we are doing something and we are happy with that most of the time. Or even every institution, if you ask Dr. Venkatesh as a principal, he has some aspirations to develop his own institution to some level. Or he is setting target at here. Now NEP is direction for all of us. NEP is asking for multidisciplinary offering multidisciplinary education, holistic education, and it is all self-governing mechanism within the institution. If tomorrow management of Seshadripuram has to implement all this, we need to do a gap analysis from the existing system where we are affiliated college, we are offering this BCom, BSc degrees, our faculty are well versed in teaching this kind of programs, but are they really competent enough to teach this multidisciplinary program? Okay, even basic question. You are teaching now as a faculty. I think very few of the faculty from your college have got opportunity to involve with university in developing curriculum. What about the rest of the faculty? Now, when you become autonomous college, it becomes inevitable for every faculty to develop curricula, pedagogy, evaluation system. Are you equipped with that? This is the question. So, do you have that kind of a learning environment from the point of view of faculty and the students? And in terms of your financial requirements, or as NEP envisioned to implement holistic program and also complete autonomy, even the governance system. This is what the gap analysis. If you would like to reach that, if you would like to implement that NEP from the existing level, where is the gap? So that you can have a good IDP or you can have a strategic plan, which is very realistic. Sorry, I forgot the third question.
One sec, sir. The third question is, if stakeholders are to be involved.
Yes, there's a quality of stakeholders. What do you mean by quality of stakeholders? The parent is parent, students are students. Of course, we normally will say this student is good, bad, or very brilliant, or involved in all aspects. He's in drama, he's in class also very good. Or we look at some qualities, good student. So we have all this. See, quality of it is not the matter of quality of stakeholders. Let us not underestimate any stakeholder in that matter. Finally, it is with your institution whom you would like to consult, which industrialist, which HR manager, which CEO, or which person from the industry you would like to consult. Okay, so because what is the expectation here? To get good inputs for my institutional development. Finally, I have this vision, this NEP is there, my direction is set. I need good strategies. So if it comes from a last bench student, literal last bench, I'm not literal meaning of last bench, so-called last bench student, if you get a good strategy from him or her, I think you must welcome. And you have your own industry network. For various purposes, you are calling people from outside, experts, education aides, parents. I think in your IQAC, how you selected the parents as a members? I think you have invited members from other bodies, even from the industry or organizations. So it is, you don't judge or assess the stakeholder. It is for your own developmental inputs that you required. You invite certain people who are really able to give the consultation to you, good inputs to you, good strategies to you. That matters.
Yes, sir. You are absolutely right. The next question comes from Mukund. We have heard that foreign universities like Harvard, Yale, etc. are allowed to offer courses in India directly. So how should India HEIs enable themselves to face the competition in the future?
Two things. One is, we are inviting, policies said very clearly, premier institutions which are offering courses at the international level or abroad, premier institutions. Even there is a sentence that 100 ranking institutions within 100, they will be invited to India to offer the program and courses. Definitely there will be some guidelines, rules, regulations with respect to them. Let us understand the reality. When such global institutions comes to India, if you look at some of the institutions, what you mentioned about Harvard, etc., in their policy itself, they told they are very confined that they are not going to out of the country. They are not going to have their campuses outside the country. Some of the premier institutions in the world, which are top within 100, they have a policy that they will not go and establish their center or institution outside their own country. Anyway, that is one reality. Number two, by inviting those institutions, it is a better opportunity for our own institutions to learn what are the best things that really we can offer in our institution. It is not competition. Number three, at what level these institutions work, basically. Let us understand, we have IITs, IIMs, Indian Institute of Science. If the premier institutions come, they play a role in that level. It will definitely not harm the institutions which are upcoming now or which are in this general education kind of institutions. So I think the competition has to be there for IIT, IIMs and IISs. I think Seshadripuram, no need to worry. And how many such institutions can come to India? Look at the Indian population and student strength. We are 50%, we are unable to give higher education. That policy says a target to achieve 50%. Karnataka around 20%, and neighboring states are better than Karnataka. If you go to North India, some of the states are very pathetic situation. There, that kind of inflow we are expecting to the higher education. If we are able to have that kind of inclusive approach in the education by bringing those students to the higher education with a target of 50%, I think these few institutions which come from abroad will not definitely disturb our job here or our educational institutions in India.
The next question from Hemlata ji. Regulatory framework, structural framework, technology and multidisciplinary skills. But is there any problem for checking moral values and ethics in NEP?
No, that is what, why you have to check, moral values and ethics. Basically, we need to build that as a culture of the institution. Basically, it is a culture of the institution. So culture of the society, culture of the every family, basically. Apart from that, if you talk about the NEP approach, it is holistic approach. So that's the reason in every session, wherever I conduct on this NEP, multidisciplinary, there's something called holistic. The holistic includes developing personality. You're developing a personality. Somebody talks about Swami Vivekananda in terms of education. Ultimately, look into that. The NEP holistic education means to develop that kind of an approach, attitude among the students. And let us not do any blunder where sometime back we were doing, and I think presently also it is there, giving moral education, value education. No, it should not be a subject, credit, non-credit, again, lot of problems. No, it should be integral part of your holistic education. So you expose the students to that kind of a approach in the courses that you offer. I think that takes care. You sensitize the student towards our constitutional values, social system, and the moral ethics. I think somebody was telling that some of the Western universities, after looking at their own student alumni, they introduced business ethics and values as one of the subject in their curriculum. And let me not mention the institution name or university name, Western University. They have done an analysis of all their alumni. Some of the alumni, if they look at the history of alumni by linking it to the mainly the scams, what's happening in the business environment and also in the financial accounting environment, the CEOs or the chairman of those companies are alumni of such premier institutions, which are offering business courses. They are top most institutions in the world. By looking at that alumni profile, who will look at the alumni profile here now? Unless otherwise the NAC asks, who are your alumni, what they are doing. We will gather some data and we'll provide beautifully. This is profile of my alumni. Alumni, by looking at the alumni, where major scam happened because of those who are passed through that institution, they have introduced the business ethics and values. So you make it an integral part of the holistic education as envisioned in the NEP. I think that cater to the needs. I think that is my answer for the question by Madam.
Okay, so the last question for the session. Purnima Madam, please ask.
Sir, namaste.
Namaste,
madam. Sir, ನಾನು 60 ಪುಟಗಳ ಅದು ಓದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಎರಡು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ದಾಖಲಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕ್ದೆ ಸರ್. ಕಸ್ತೂರಿ ರಂಗನ್ ಬರ್ದಿರೋ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ? MHRD ನಲ್ಲಿ 60 ಪುಟಗಳು ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಿಂಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್,
ಪ್ರಿಂಟೆಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎರಡು ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್. ಒಂದು, ಆತರ ಏನು ಪ್ರಿಂಟೆಡ್ ಬುಕ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಏನು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಚೆಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಮಾಲಯ ಯಾವ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷಿಂಗ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನ ಬುಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ತಂದಾಗ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟೆಡ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಪೀಸ್ ಟು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಅಮಾಂಗ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಯೂನಿಯನ್ ಟೆರಿಟರೀಸ್, ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸೆಟ್ರಾ. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವಾಗ ಇವಾಗ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್ 60 pages ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಎಟ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಕಾಪೀಸ್ ಇವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬೈ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್. ಓನ್ಲಿ if you go to Higher Education Council and ask them, they have the copies of the 60-page documents. If they still have some copies is left with them, definitely they will give it to you. Otherwise, my suggestion, I think you are from library, madam.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಒಂದು ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಅದು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದೆ.
ನೀವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅದು ಕಸ್ತೂರಂಗನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಫೈನಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ನೀವು ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಬುಕ್ ತರ ಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಇಟ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು.
ಅದೇ ಸರ್, ಅದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಕಾಪಿನೂ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು
ಕಸ್ತೂರಂಗನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವಾಗ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಪೋರ್ಟಲ್ ಇಂದ ತೆಗೆದಿರಬಹುದು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ನಾವ್. ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದಿರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸಂತಾನ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಕಸ್ತೂರಂಗನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ 400+ ಪೇಜಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅವರಿಂದ ನೀವು ತಗೋಬಹುದು, ನೋ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್, ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಸರ್ ಅದು ಭಾರತೀಯ 22 ಭಾಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಇನ್ನೂ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಪಾಲಿಸಿನ.
ಆದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅವತ್ತು ಡಿ ಚಂದನದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಇನಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಅದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅವರು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಫ್ರಾಂಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಸೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಒಂದಿಬ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋರ್ನ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನಾನು ಕೂತು ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ತರೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಬಟ್ ಈ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ವರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅನುವಾದ ತರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ತರ್ಜುಮೆ, ಈ ವರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಈ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅನುವಾದ ತರ. ಅದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಇದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತಹ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಪಾಲಿಸಿನಲ್ಲೂ ಏನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅದಕ್ಕೇನೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಈವನ್ ಟುಡೇ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫೇಸಿಂಗ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ NEP ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ನಿಮ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೇ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ರೈಟ್ ನೌ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಓದಿನೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಓದ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ತರ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನು ಬರ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ದೇ ಮೇ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ದಟ್ ಕಾಪೀಸ್ ದ ನಿಯರ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಪಾಲಿಸಿದು, ನಂದು
ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಗೆ ಹರಿಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಡಯಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹುಡುಕಿದ್ರೆ ನಂದು 1-2-3 ಕನ್ನಡ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮೇಲೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಲೆ
ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ
ಡಿಟೇಲ್ಡ್ ನಿಮ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಿಗೋದು ಸದ್ಯದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇದೆ.
ಈಗ ಅದು 6 ಭಾಗಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ. ಈಗ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಕೂಲು, ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್, ಈಗ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಭಾಷೆ, ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಆಗಿ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅದೇ ಹೌದು.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
So I wholeheartedly thank you, Gaurish ji, for such a beautiful presentation, and I request our principal sir to render a vote of thanks for this 4 days program. And just to put it here, so we request, as you clearly told, post this program, we'll be requesting you to share about 60 pages and the brief what Professor M.K. Sridhar sir has told, so that those 2 reports we can share to our faculties, and then from awareness we can go for act, and then we can go for ready. So, and as we had been discussing with our principal, you and myself, that maybe after a week or couple of days we will be having so that jointly for entire ACT programs we may, as Professor M.K. Sridhar sir has told, as Seshadripuram group of institution is one of the premier institute, so we should do something for from awareness to act to ready. So I request our principal sir to render vote of thanks, so that
before that, let me congratulate the Seshadripuram group of institutions for organizing this workshop and also thinking about implementation of the policy as leading institution, because institution which is having a glorious history of 80 years, I think 80+ years if I am not wrong, 81 years, 91 years, closely centenary year. If this kind of institution come forward with a positive mind to implement the policy from the best interest of the learners and education community, the rest of the institutions has to follow. I think you lead it, and then you become the mentor for other institutions which are really in need at the suburban and rural areas. So I congratulate Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Santanu, and the entire Meera madam. I think she is the principal of Seshadripuram Mains. And,
thank you.
The management for this wonderful initiative. And I thank on behalf of SES also considering us to conduct these 4 days webinars. So thanks for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, first of all, I thank SES and Professor M.K. Sridhar because he is associated, you are associating with us for conducting such a wonderful NEP program, which is very much required for the today's faculties, especially the teaching fraternity. It is required. And I also thankful to management, especially the Honorary General Secretary N.E.P. Krishna and the Joint Secretary Sir Seshadripuram Sir, both are giving a lot of encouragement, support for conducting this event. And especially Gauri Sir, you are a very good resource person. Today, your institutional development, building the institutional development is what you said, strategy for the institutional development is amazing. And we learn lot and lot definitely from this. I think we assure you that we are the first institute to take up the NEP program in Karnataka. And with the potentiality of our faculty, with our support of management, the support of parents and students, we can able to do it. I thank Gauri Sir, a very resource person, an eminent person, very dedicated person. I take part as a panel member along with him in RBNMS College and MLA College. Sir has a very close to me and very good friend, and he did a lot of work in NEP. And today he is with us. On behalf of a group of Seshadripuram Education Institution, and thank you, sir, for giving such a good, wonderful thing for building the institutional development. Thank you on behalf of Seshadripuram Education Trust. And my thanks to our management, Honorary General Secretary N.E.P. Krishna Sir, Joint Secretary Seshadripuram Sir for supporting us. I am thankful to all the heads of institution because all heads of institution join with me and make this program a very grand success. It is not a program of SFGC, it is a program of entire group of institution, all degree colleges. So I am thankful to all heads of institution who join with me and thankful to all the faculty members. And especially I am thankful to Professor Shantanu Das for organizing, for conducting this event. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So I request all the respected faculties to write their name in the chat box and the organization and then take an exit. Along with the organization, not only name, along with the organization. I wholeheartedly thank all the faculties, head of the institutions, management, and SES for supporting us. Thank you one and all. So once you write your name and organization, please you can leave the meeting. Thank you.